In Chapter 5 of the present work in a background discussion of the party and its role in society. Although we have seen that the Cuban media had its peculiarities, Victor emphasizes its centralization as a negative feature and attributes this to the Soviet influence. When conducting the interview, we were in the Granma building at the Plaza de la Revolución, where the main newspapers of the country are located. There he stated, he copied many Soviet things. Look, this very building is a negative copy of that grandiose vision of the Soviet Union, because the newspapers in Cuba, the media, all had their own building. Whether all the differences cited are substantive or secondary issues could be a matter of dispute. Both Cuba and the USSR had a one-party model with a centralized planned economy. That is, were the differences more significant than the similarities? The general tendency among my interview subjects lies in emphasizing the differences, but there are great similarities that receive little emphasis in the interviews, despite examples such as the one given by Victor, on the media. Even so, the differences they cite are significant because they show that the Cuban process preserved a degree of autonomy and that there was some level of popular participation, regardless of everything that was not decided democratically and everything that was brought from outside. When respondents mention the years after Cuba entered Comecon, they often do so in relation to Cuba's economic situation. That is, the USSR is associated with something positive, with the relative well-being that existed in Cuba in the late 1970s and especially in the 1980s. 109 This can also influence their perception of the collapse. As Lenin asserts, the growth in trade and the Soviet aid did not have an immediate effect but rather started producing results toward the 1980s. 10 years in which Cuba was rich was from 80 to 90 when everything was available, everything, and with a minimum salary of 81, of 95. Of 118 we lived, rich, and on the contrary, so that you get the idea, from 70 to 80 we were experiencing a crisis. A box of cigars on the black market had a cost of 90 pesos, the bottle of rum was 80, is it a lie? Let them tell me, in the years of 70, 71, and 72. Zenaida argues that in the good years, Cuba was the same, one went to the markets and there was everything, as it was supplied by the Soviet Union. It was later that we worsened, at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union. Eliar says that we got used to a very large pipeline compensated by Comecon and really our country was wonderful, and it was wonderful, a stage in which you, with a little bit of money, went anywhere, could be anywhere, had a life. He states that of the various stages he has lived in Cuba, from capitalism until now, that one was the most beautiful and mentions that there were few social differences and little racism. Not much is mentioned about material problems in the 1980s, although Eliar mentions housing. That time the only problem I had was the problem of housing, because that has always been a problem that we have been dragging along. 110 Mary adds that things were not developed with those gains and with those resources that we had available, because there was perhaps no vision of the future. Well, this is not going to be eternal, we are going to, and I think was used for other things that didn't work out. There was also a Soviet cultural influence, but it did not have much impact on the lives of the interview subjects. It is important to remember that most Cubans could not easily interact with the Soviets. Not only because of the distance but also because of the language, which naturally limited the exchange of ideas. Adalberto explains that at the beginning of the relations, we didn't have the slightest idea of speaking Russian. We worked with an interpreter who was a white Russian, who had come from Russia during communism and had become an electrician on Zanja Street, who spoke Russian from that era. He knew nothing about aviation, he was called Konstantin, to the point where the translations were horrifying. To understand them, it could only be understood from technician to technician. What he said was the red cap smeared with fat, and things like that, back and forth as lightning. Mary, who is younger, indicates Russian language education specifically as an example of Soviet influence in Cuba. But this influence comes later. When I entered to do a degree, the language that had been studied before I entered the year 70 and that was English. When I entered they tell me, it's Russian. but although Russian was the second language in schools, this did not last for too many years, and there was no Russification of the culture as such. In Eastern Europe and in the Soviet republics, people might have felt that their national culture was threatened by the Russians. Victor mentioned that someone told him during a visit to Hungary, seemingly with reference to the policy of changing the names of streets, places, and so on, "Okay, at that street, they did not take your Marty away, but from us they took away our national leaders." Although there was no Russification policy as such, Alberto mentions a situation in which there were internal differences in Cuba about the teaching of Russian teachers who worked in the country. Russian music teachers were introduced in Cuba and began to direct the music in a way that no longer was exactly the way in which I understood that it should be directed. According to Alberto, there was always a conflict in Cuba between people with Eurocentric ideas that preferred what came from the North, be it from Western Europe, the USSR, or the United States. On the other hand, there were people with a more anti-hegemonic, Latin American, and/or nationalist perspective. Rather than involving the introduction of a foreign culture, Alberto claims that the Cuban Revolution gave more space to a certain part of Cuban culture. In this sense, he argues that the Cuban Revolution opened an enormous space for struggle based on the fundamental values in the culture of ordinary people, to call it that. Although limitations were placed on the exercise of Christianity and perhaps especially Catholicism during one stage of the revolution, the situation for Afro-Cuban beliefs and traditions was reversed, Alberto states. These traditions had been looked down on by high society before 1959, and were, according to him, more accepted after the revolution. People enjoy it when they suddenly find themselves without prejudice at a rumba dance, when they don't hide anymore, they don't hide the Santeria necklaces, you know? Because people in Cuba hid those things before, the necklaces, and people became a santo in silence, you know. According to Jorge, Soviet influence raised our standard of living, but it impoverished our spiritual life. Nevertheless, he finds that there were spheres of cultural life that were not like that, not in the theater, because the Soviet theater and formation of Soviet actors was very good. That is what explains why we have such a high level of theater, a level of excellent young actors. In his view, where the Soviet influence did the most damage was in social thinking, that there were restrictions and Soviet thought could not be criticized, nor could there be criticism of literature. He maintains that the Marxism that arrived in Cuba was not the true Marxism, it was Soviet Marxism. He also offers some examples of how dogmatic and restrictive it was by mentioning that in 1977 the School of Psychology, of Sociology was eliminated from the university where he worked. An act inspired by the Soviets who had eliminated sociology a few decades earlier. We believed at that time that scientific communism would solve everything, he explains. Victor says that the cultural policy was more permissive than the Soviet one, especially in comparison with that under Stalin, but also compared to later periods. By this he refers to the controversial phrase of Fidel Castro in his meetings with Cuban intellectuals in June 1960. Victor seems to interpret the phrase as a way of allowing, rather than restricting, cultural expressions, although it implies that counter-revolutionary expressions will not be allowed. Referring to the Soviets, he says that they killed their intellectuals, because when they were not kicked out like Kandinsky and Chagall, they were killed in concentration camps or led to suicide like Yesenin and Mayakovsky because they did not understand, because also, the artist, you have to deal with him differently. He contrasts this with the case of Cuba, where official policy suggested that an artist could not oppose the revolution but could nevertheless choose style and themes within that framework. Look at that difference with Fidel meeting with them saying that against the revolution nothing, but the guy could paint what he wanted, not only paint militias, that is. According to Esteban, you do not see the Russian influence anywhere, because there was no cultural influence. North American, yes, the North American influence is very strong, historically it has been very strong. Esteban seems to consider the Russian cultural influence as having been brief. This seems to contradict what Jorge raises with regard to the influence in the theater, although it may be that the phrase "you do not see the Russian influence anywhere" is meant as an exaggeration, as there are traces, as in the example of the theater. This type of position could be questioned. Jacqueline Loss mentions a series of examples of this cultural contact, as well as an influence in the areas of ballet, sport, language, and so on. She argues that when the Soviet Union fell, many Cubans claimed to have inherited next to nothing from the Soviet Union 112 and even blamed the revolution's most repressive measures on that influence. 113 Loss questions this attitude. Although Cubans traditionally, socially, and culturally identify with the West. 114 She argues that there were points of connection and that there are still remnants of Soviet influence, not only in the economy and politics but also in culture. A figure that can support her argument comes from Richard Gott, who argues that in 1997 there were 300,000 Cubans who spoke Russian fluently. 115 There clearly was, as Loss argues, some Soviet influence on the cultural level. But it is no less true, as some interview subjects argue, that these influences were limited by a number of factors: geographical distance, different languages, cultural identification with the West, and Cuban cultural policy. The fact that the period with the strongest Soviet influence in Cuba did not last that many years can also be added. 1.5 Allies drifting apart. We built an alternative discourse. It is in the 1980s that the first signs of increasing distance between Cuba and the USSR can be noted. My interview subjects perceive the rectification process launched by Fidel Castro in 1986 as a sign of the independence of Cuba, as well as an attempt to move away from the path that the USSR decided to follow, without jeopardizing bilateral relations. 116 The first clear signal of one part distancing itself appeared in 1982 when Soviet leader Yuri Andropov informed Cuba that the USSR would not be able to defend it in case of a military attack. Yet this was not known publicly then. This notification must, however, have created concern among the Cuban leaders. Despite the fact that Cuban-Soviet relations were doing well at this stage, one assumes that the information had an impact on Cuban policies. Soviets tell Cubans that in a conflict with the United States they cannot count on the Soviets, but this is classified information that we will not know about until the 90s. He adds that while the entire party is not aware of that information, the leaders of the party were, so it is implicit in its actions. In the following years there will be other signs of a distancing when the two countries launch two political projects that go, at least in part, in opposite directions: the Soviet perestroika, a concept introduced by Gorbachev in a party meeting on December 10, 1984 and approved by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union the following year, and the Cuban rectification process. However, since late 1984, Fidel Castro began to take a series of measures against the economic policy that had been implemented in Cuba until then, similar to that of the Soviet Union, through dismissing Humberto Pérez, president of the Central Planning Board. Pérez was the main supporter of using certain market mechanisms within the context of central planning. 117 According to Dominguez, certain economic tensions arose between the countries during the brief Soviet government of Konstantin Chernenko. 118 But Cuba did not lose its privileged relationship with the USSR. A feature of Cuba in the 1980s is that Fidel Castro increased his leading role in Cuban politics, promoting the policy of rectification that marks a departure from Soviet policies, both those of Khrushchev and Brezhnev, as well as those that Gorbachev was introducing. Although one of my interview subjects emphasizes that Castro had been in a weakened position as a leader since 1970. Partly to the multifaceted crisis that Cuba suffered at that time, Jorge Dominguez goes as far as to argue that the regime was depersonalized between 1965 and 1980. Independently of the exact starting point of this process and the exact degree of depersonalization that took place, Dominguez is without a doubt right to say that beginning in 1980, Cuban politics reverted to the pattern of domination by Fidel. 119 To give an idea of the centrality of Fidel Castro in the late 1980s, it can be mentioned that when the parliament met on July 18 and 19, 1988, of a total of 204 interventions, 71 were from him. He participated in 75 out of 78 dialogues between members of parliament. 120 The comments made by the interview subjects give an idea of the leader's popularity within the party. Some personal qualities that they attribute to Fidel Castro are strength, clarity, vision of the future, being exemplary, ability to prepare the population for difficult circumstances, capacity to educate the people, very high morality, a person who inspires a lot of confidence, of high intellectual and cultural knowledge, being unbureaucratic, and being characterized by brilliance and a natural authority. He is credited with several specific functions besides being the commandante or highest leader of the nation, mainly related to the task of guiding and educating people and changing the country, teacher/mentor, a type of liberator and savior, a mobilizer, and also, theorist, creator, and so on. 121. With the rectification, this leader, so admired by the informants. 122 proclaimed that it was necessary to place political work before what we might call an economistic tendency that he claimed had proliferated in the country. Thus, rectification involved the elimination of the use of capitalist methods, although the so-called economic calculation was allowed, which would still give a minimum of autonomy to state enterprises. As we have seen, the process represented a break from the previous management model that was imported from the USSR and that had been influenced by a more permissive Soviet pragmatism toward precisely what Cuba considered to be capitalist methods. Rectification also placed an emphasis on the people's participation in and identification with the revolutionary process, something it aimed to achieve among other ways through mobilization. 123 1 reminds us that from 66 El Che was not talked about in Cuba again. With the rectification process, the Cuban government also points out that it wants to return to Che Guevara's ideas, who had said that economic socialism without communist morals does not interest me. We fight against misery, but at the same time we fight against alienation. According to Havel, the rectification process had the revolutionary offensive of 1968 to 1970 as its precedent. 124 But the proposal was not a return to the extreme idealism of those years, during which, shortly after the departure and later death of Escobedo Che Guevara, policies were implemented that could be seen as an exaggerated variant or a caricature of some radical proposals of El Che for creating a new society and a new man, implementing almost overnight an economy that was to have socialist values and conscience as its engine. My informant Juan argued that rectification tried to merge and put into practice the thoughts of the two most important leaders of the revolution, Fidel Castro and Escobedo Guevara. He had to invent another thing, a new thing, and as always what is invented is a mix, as happened in the 1960s, a blend of Fidelism and Guevarism. In 1987 the Council of State publishes Tablada's book, El Pensamiento Económico de Escobedo Che Guevara. 125 It could be added that after the book launch, Fidel Castro spoke at the 20th anniversary of the Argentinian's death in combat of rescuing Che's ideas. Castro recognized that Che's ideas had been badly interpreted, and even badly applied. 126 And sometimes one had also opted for policies totally contrary to those ideas. 127 José Luis, an economist, asserted that rectification was an intent to balance the economic calculation on the one hand with mechanisms of political mobilization, that is, avoiding pragmatism or extreme idealism, but making a mix. Informants disagreed on whether the rectification was actually a response to Gorbachev's perestroika. According to José Luis, one thing has nothing to do with the other. The rectification, he claimed, has national roots. It has nothing to do with perestroika. It coincided with perestroika at that time, but the problems of the management and planning system that was implemented in Cuba in 1975 already had begun to cause difficulties in 1981, 1983, 1985, even before Gorbachev took over. Esteban, however, stated that the rectification served to mark a distance from the USSR. In reality it becomes the counter-discourse of perestroika. Juan lays out the dilemma of the Cuban leaders, now after the political leadership has reached such a strong commitment to the Soviet model, how to get out of it, when at that time even the Soviets are getting out of their model. He explains that the leadership invented a model that distanced itself from the Soviet model without it appearing to be a critique of the USSR, a political operation that is undertaken, which Fidel Castro undertakes. With the brilliance that characterizes him, is to invent the rectification. He doesn't speak of perestroika at all, does not position himself against perestroika. He agrees with the reform. So look, we were also going to create our reforms, ours are called rectification, and we are going to rectify the Soviet model that was implemented in the economy and which is now manifesting serious limitations. We will also modify that model. Several respondents believed that the rectification was promising but stated that it could not be fully implemented for reasons beyond Cuba's control. In the first place, the economic situation in the mid-1980s, both in Cuba and internationally, severely limited the country's maneuvering space. Although rectification brought the promise of a more independent socialism, economic dependency on the USSR actually increased during the years of the rectification. One explains that contradiction, instead of what would be considered logical, to decrease our relations with the European socialist camp, we focus our trade with the European socialist camp even more, because the currency crisis of the years 84 to 85 does not allow us to access the world market. We have declared a moratorium, all the banks of the Paris Club suspend us, so we are forced to concentrate trade even more with the socialist camp and especially with the USSR. That goes against the grain, and we therefore built an alternative discourse, but we didn't denounce the USSR. There can be no doubt that, beginning in 1984 approximately, there was a significant slowdown of the Cuban economy. This was due to, among other causes, low sugar prices, and later on, debt problems. According to Jeanette Habel, the Cuban authorities introduced some timid austerity measures on January 11, 1987,128, and the author is suggesting that they might relate to the recommendation of the Paris Club the summer before to introduce austerity measures. 129. On the other hand, the Cuban government also took some actions that may have been intended to reduce dependence on the USSR over the long term. As an example, Cuba opened a major center for biotechnological research in 1986, and as of 1987, the government decided to prioritize tourism to generate foreign exchange. 130. But above all, rectification was affected and interrupted by the crisis and the collapse of the USSR. Alberto asserts that it was a very interesting process, unfortunately stopped by the tremendous shock from the economic blow we received when everything fell. That's why I said to you it came straight from hell, because a tough economic blow, and one that changed us. It changed overnight. According to José Luis, the experiment did not turn out to be bad. What happened is that the special period came and all that was, it practically had to be dismantled. Esteban expressed something similar, lamenting that there was a separation between the process of rectification of errors and negative tendencies, and the process that we are going through now. That process should have continued until today. Mavis considers that a rectification did indeed take place but wonders if a rectification process was really enough in the first place. She maintains that there was rectification, not change, neither of the system nor the structure. She states that we were now realizing that some things we had copied from them did not work as well here as we had thought, but we were always looking for an explanation. Was it management errors, conceptual errors, lack of discipline? We did not go much further than that, of questioning the system itself, you know. Mavis refers to the model that was followed after 1989 as simply the copy, something that Valdez Paz also expresses, although in other words, the economic model, even after the rectification, continued to a large extent to be the Soviet model, right? Aurelio also does not seem to believe that rectification implied a dramatic break, since he argues that the influence of the Soviets was greater between 1972 or 1971 and 1989, approximately, that is, that the influence did not diminish in a considerable way at least during the first 3 years of rectification. While rectification may not have radically altered the model, it might have been successful in the sense of making Cubans feel more independent from the USSR, especially those who were concerned about political and theoretical issues. The ideas of perestroika came to Cuba through two routes, according to Aurelio, both of which were later closed at least partially. The first was through the thousands of Cuban students who were in the USSR and other socialist countries where these ideas circulated. These students identify with glasnost because they live the reality of those countries, that reform has a positive character there, and they tend to become Cuban reformists from the outside, in the words of Aurelio. Toward the end of the 80s and beginning of the 1990s, they began to return to Cuba. The second route was the literature sold in Cuba that promoted ideas of perestroika and glasnost from other socialist countries. Mary, still in her youth at the time of the collapse, at the time saw the changes in the Soviet Union as something very good. I noticed that there was a glasnost that what was happening was good, that there was no reason to worry, that it was part of their own development. Aurelio talks about young people who had studied in the USSR who also had the idea of a perestroika for Cuba. There were also, according to Juan, important people in the highest levels, in the Cuban leadership, who in 85 and 86 appear to be excited about perestroika. In the Cuban political elite, some were also fearful of these ideas, and this fear increased as the crisis in the USSR evolved further. As stated by Aurelio, these preoccupations in part had to do with economic issues and also because perestroika put in question the Soviet policy of supporting revolutionary forces in Latin America. In that sense, it should be remembered that Gorbachev withdrew support from the Sandinistas and met with the Cuban American community toward the end of his time in power. Aurelio maintains that in Cuba there was a reaction that also explains, that is justified by the fear that with the Cuban economy being so weak and so subordinated to the Russian economy, perestroika would lead the Cuban economy to collapse because the relationship with Russia was no longer the same, so this had an impact. So this was a reason for adopting a policy that was critical of perestroika, because the situation that the attempt generated not perestroika as such, because it wasn't implemented, but the situation that was set in motion by the opening of a reform process from Moscow, implied for us a questioning of the idea of continuing to work toward a revolutionary change in Latin America and other countries. So the perestroika was not good, it didn't end up being acceptable to us. A change in Latin America had to happen, which would allow us to move towards socialism. According to Juan, Fidel Castro at the time tried to limit the impact of the perestroika ideology by developing a policy that has two faces. On the one hand, at the official level, Fidel Castro declares his sympathy with the reforms, through which socialism is reformed. He does not refer to anything concrete, other than that it is good. Socialism is reformed and the support for Gorbachev, and all in all, and on the other, he publishes Gorbachev. There is a Cuban edition of the book Perestroika. Let's say this is one side of the problem and the other side of the problem is what I'm telling you, that there are many measures to limit the influence this process has on the internal public opinion. Here it is the same for the citizen in the street and the party members. It is not that the party members are receiving special information, there is nothing like that. Everyone adheres to Fidel Castro's discourse, the speeches of Fidel Castro, and that is the policy that is followed. What Juan lays out is supported in the book by Yuri Pavlov, who headed the Latin American Directorate of the USSR's Foreign Ministry, who alleges that Castro gave orders to the Central Committee of the PCC to prepare, confidentially, arguments against perestroika, emphasizing differences between Cuba and the Soviet Union in size, level of social and economic development, history, culture, and traditions. 131A document arrived at the Soviet embassy in Havana that said, according to Pavlov, that economic decentralization might be necessary in a country as large as the USSR but was not needed in a smaller country like Cuba. 132 Despite the circumstances that prevented Fidel Castro or the government from being 100% explicit in their criticism of perestroika, there was clearly some pressure against Cubans who accepted these ideas. Aurelio says that the ideas of perestroika that came with the Cubans who had studied in the USSR were not understood, some even were, some were, he does not end the sentence, but he seems to refer to the sanctions they suffered of some kind. Esteban says that glasnost and perestroika was at the beginning perceived in a very negative way, then we began to see what it was, what positive sides it had, but in global terms, if they told you here that you were a perestroikan, that meant that you were a guy who was outside our ideology. He recalls a conflict at his workplace, which seems to indicate that it was considered acceptable to sanction perestroikans, at least in some spheres of society. I remember that there was a friend of mine, the general secretary of my party branch, who in the middle of perestroika of glasnost went to give a talk to a military unit, and the military complained that he had given the issue of glasnost and perestroika a lot of importance, and they sent a letter to the center, accusing him of being perestroikan, etc. The rector sent me the letter and sent for us to come. When I got to talk to the rector, he said, "Well, we will have to penalize the teacher because," I said, "Look, I'll tell you something, if he is going to penalize him, you will penalize me too, because I believe in all that he said and I agree 100% with all that." Juan says that the perestroikan politicians he mentioned were going to lose enthusiasm, they will try to move on to critical positions, but they would have already committed the sin of looking toward the east, when they should look toward Revolution Square, and they will be dismissed later, right? 133 Other informants do not even remember the tensions in bilateral relations or the internal tensions between Fidelistas and perestroikans. Norma recalls Gorbachev's visit in April 1989 as quite positive, great. I was working here in the party committee, as I tell you, I spent 7 years working in the party committee, that was in reality extraordinary, it was very, very good. Gorbachev's visit here in Cuba was very good. She had looked optimistically at the future, he thought it was going to be another socialist camp like we had before the fall of the socialist camp, that we were going to move forward, that we were moving toward a future of having such a close relationship, a very close one with the USSR, but well, I don't think that it has been like that, it has stayed more or less on standby, I don't know why. Lenin says that, I never saw any disagreement, not with the Soviets that were here either. 134 These answers may seem odd considering the differences we have described, yet suggest that the government had some success in its strategy of distancing the country from the Soviet Union without making the conflict too apparent. As we saw in Part 1, conflicts between Cuba and other Allied countries were seldom spoken about that openly in Granma, and it was often necessary to read closely and even between the lines to be able to see those tensions reflected in what was written, except at isolated moments when very explicit statements or official information were published, such as on the withdrawal of Soviet magazines from Cuban shelves. The informants often spoke with some passion about the early years of the revolution, as well as on the years of crisis in Cuba following the collapse of the USSR. However, when approaching issues more directly related to the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe at the time of the collapse, some people hardly seem to remember these matters, whereas others talk about it in detail. 135 Even if the level of detail varies considerably, there is a considerable plurality of interpretations and opinions. Some informants gave quite explicit and detailed interpretations for why the collapse happened, and while many of the narratives of Granma, especially by 1992, seemed to give priority to explanations that would not endanger political stability in Cuba, the informants seemed freer in their assessments and included a broader range of explanations. The informants' assessments will be treated in the following subsections and especially in subsection 2.5 on the causes of the collapse. 2.1 The USSR's traumatic history. Unfortunately, Lenin dies very fast. The interview subjects frequently turn to the history of the USSR, even its early phases, to explain the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. They describe a difficult and traumatic history that preceded the Cuban Revolution and that left the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe with lasting wounds. They often divide Soviet history into periods according to who was in power at all times and generally attach great importance to the country's leaders. There are mentions of all the leaders of the USSR, except Georgy Malenkov, who served briefly as president after the death of Joseph Stalin in 1953.136. Those of the informants who have knowledge about these topics and talk about them often assume a somewhat critical position towards Soviet leaders or their policies, especially Stalin. The exception is Vladimir Lenin. The interview subjects generally mention the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution and the first president of the USSR as an important revolutionary leader, theoretician, and an admirable person. Zenaida, for example, told us that she was impressed by a visit she made to Lenin's tomb in Moscow, very impressive. The site where Lenin was, and we saw him lying there, and everything, we went there. Hector described himself as a great admirer of the Soviet people and stated that it cannot be denied at any time, starting, well, from the Lenin period, the role that Lenin played in shaping Soviet society. Another interview subject, Lenin, even pointed out that he himself bears Lenin as his first name and relayed that his father gave him that name. He named my brother Carlos and me, Lenin. What a coincidence, right? Several interviewees expressed their identification with Marxist, Leninist ideology. Using this concept implies placing Lenin at the level of one of the great social thinkers throughout history and the founder of modern socialist thinking, Karl Marx. Jose, for example, states that Lenin was to me, and Karl Marx and those who wrote the theory, as I see it, they defended the working class. Mary says that I am a Marxist, Leninist and will continue to be so. Victor shows equal admiration, although he considers Jose Marti to be equally important to Cubans as Marx and Lenin. We have to be Marxist, Leninists without forgetting about Marti. Among my informants with an academic background, they sometimes highlighted Lenin as a Democrat, both as a politician and as a theorist. This is a controversial position in many parts of the world and even on the radical left. Jorge says that Lenin was writing a book, and Bukharin answered Lenin. That was not a problem. There was conceptual diversity, diversity of thought. Valdez Paz argues that Lenin imagined a society in which there was a counterpower in order to avoid the concentration of power in the government or in the party. He also contends that Lenin advocated for a democratic party in the sense that there would be debate and in which various political currents could coexist. Esteban refers to the previous point, although he maintains that it would not be applicable in Cuba. In Lenin's party there were internal factions with different opinions on different things. That is not our history, that is not our idiosyncrasy. According to Aurelio, Lenin had a vision in which the Communist Party, over time, should cease to exercise power and facilitate popular participation and a self-governing society. 137 Several people asserted that Lenin's death was premature and that he did not have time to complete his work. For example, in Esteban words, unfortunately, Lenin dies very fast. Jorge also refers to Lenin's premature death. Jorge, despite also praising Lenin's intellectual capacity and leadership, criticizes what he perceives as a fear in Cuba of criticizing Lenin. This is even though he points out that Escobedo Che Guevara did in fact criticize the leader. Look, now there is a book by Che, published here, where Che criticizes Lenin, and he says that Lenin is to blame for everything that happened. I wanted to buy it, but what happens is that it was very expensive, nobody wants to talk about it, people are afraid to criticize Lenin, but Che criticizes Lenin, because Lenin was wrong. Well, and so what? Lenin is often contrasted with his successor Joseph Stalin. When talking about Lenin's ideas about the institutionalism of the socialist society, one distinguishes between Bolshevism and Stalinism. Aurelio also emphasizes this discontinuity and says, I think that the real spirit of the Bolsheviks was distorted by Stalin. Several of the interview subjects explicitly say that it was negative that power fell into Stalin's hands after Lenin's death. According to Esteban, Lenin himself criticizes him before he dies. Lenin says that Stalin is not a suitable person to lead the party. Several of the academics who were interviewed in this study emphasize that Stalin did not have the level of culture that Lenin had. Jorge recognizes his great merits, but considers that he was a person without culture, a very intelligent person. He contrasts his cultural level with that of his predecessors, making an implicit comparison. Lenin, Bukharin, and the others, Trotsky, were people of high culture who studied and read in several languages. Lenin handled 4 languages, Bukharin also. They were people of high culture who knew what was happening in the world. Hector seems to consider the Stalin period as particularly negative. Yes, mistakes were made. There is no denying that there were periods like the Stalin period. Although most mentions of Stalin are negative, some of the people who criticize him most strongly also allude to certain positive aspects of his government. For example, Aurelio refers to the industrialization process that took place in the USSR. He refers to this process, however, without mentioning Stalin, though it was in large part implemented during the years of Stalin's government. He says that the USSR developed from a pure peasant economy and turned into an industrial country and a world power. Esteban, commenting on the role of Stalin in World War II, states that one also believed that Stalin managed the problem of war very intelligently. However, he considers the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact to have been a mistake. None of the interview subjects seem to have a very favorable view of Stalin, but there are those who criticize him less strongly. Jose is not uncritical toward the leader, but seems to partly apologize on his behalf, describing his negative actions as mere mistakes. Lenin was to me, and Karl Marx and those who wrote the theory, as I see it, they defended the working class, and Lenin in the beginning, Stalin later with his mistakes, because we humans are not perfect. Victor says that in his youth he had a different vision of Stalin, referring apparently both to a different one from the negative or critical vision that prevailed in the Cuban Revolution and also different from his current vision of Stalin. Yet, he is also quick to point out that I was not blind either, and I was not in favor of. I sympathized with Kandinsky and Chagall as painters, that is to say culturally, I sympathized with Mayakovsky. I wasn't that dumb, either. But politically I believed that it was, well, I forgave him all those mistakes. Well, things can't be perfect. 3 interview subjects comment on Trotsky, who was murdered by a Stalinist agent in Mexico in 1940. The 3 largely defend the revolutionary, theorist, politician and leader of the Red Army. Aurelio argues that Lenin had no misgivings about Trotsky and that Trotsky understood the value of the political system based on Soviets that were developed before the revolution and later during the Lenin period. Yet my informant also says that Trotsky was a man who had a lot of resentment, he aroused passions. To Esteban, Trotsky was an intellectual and a very capable military leader. Time would later prove him right, in so many things. Trotsky was a very strong guy, because he led the Red Army well, and he was the one who saved the Soviet Union under his leadership. That was how the Soviet Union was saved from the 17 invasions, with the Red Army. And besides that, he was a very intelligent guy, he was an intellectual, but a very critical guy, and it seems like, in those times, guys who were as critical as him did not find support within the party. These comments are surprising, given that traditionally in Cuba, Trotsky has been considered among the bad guys in history, and generally the official Soviet version of history was adopted in this regard. In general, his writings were neither published nor sold. In the newspaper Granma, which I have analyzed in part 1 of this study, in the period between 1989 and 1992, I could not find any reference to Trotsky, despite being such an important figure in Russian history, which suggests that this individual was more or less a non-person in Cuba even by 1989 to 1992.138. However, at the Havana International Book Fair in 2005, several spaces were dedicated to the leader of the Red Army 139, and a few years later, the Cuban novelist Leonardo Padura published The Man Who Loved Dogs, which explores the life of Trotsky's killer and how he hid in Cuba, a story that still had been unfamiliar to most Cubans. Considering the circumstances, it is not surprising that the informants do not mention him much, except Aurelio, Esteban, and Juan, who are academics, know the history well and probably have greater access to foreign literature than most of the interview subjects. I am not sure, however, whether their views on Trotsky are commonplace amongst Cuban academics today. It is during the Stalin period, after the victory over Nazi Germany in 1945, that the USSR expanded its influence in Eastern Europe. As mentioned earlier, some informants contrasted the autochthonous origins of the Cuban Revolution with the revolutionary processes in Eastern Europe. José Luis, for example, relays that Cuba had nothing to do with the Soviet Union when Fidel Castro's struggle in the 50s, when the revolution rose to power. The relations with the Soviets began to develop later. Adalberto states that the Soviets had imposed it on Germany, as they did in Hungary. They imposed one thing. What the Cuban people have is due to their sweat, to their tears. Victor refers to a Hungarian who, as he recalls, told him, "The problem is that you made your own revolution, and, in our case, it was imposed upon us." One of the interview subjects, Jose, points out that the authenticity of the revolution in this regard has been key to the interest and support that most Cubans have given it. He contrasts Cuba with the systemic transitions that took place in Eastern Europe after World War II with the support or interference of the USSR and states that the USSR simply made the revolution to a bunch of people who did not want it, and you love what you fight for, what you do not fight for, you do not love. How often do you think about the air you breathe? Nikita Khrushchev is often mentioned in the context of his relations with Cuba and the Cuban Missile Crisis, as someone who did wrong but who knew how to rectify. He is the leader at a stage when the USSR is approaching the height of its power and is in power at the moment when Cuban-Soviet relations emerge. Hence, the Soviet influence in Cuba is to a great extent linked to the Khrushchevite or post-Stalin period. While there were disagreements between Cuba and the USSR, the Khrushchev period was perceived in a more positive manner. The greatest symbol of the splendor of the USSR was its space program, which at that stage achieved success by sending the first human being into space. At least 3 interview subjects refer to the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. Eliar claims, for example, that in his youth the Soviet Union was seen as a country, a power that could fight against the United States. When Yuri Gagarin journeys into outer space, to us that was something tremendous. Some allude to the de-Stalinization led by Khrushchev in the years after Stalin's death. Victor believes that Khrushchev failed to end the evils of the past. There were attempts, with Khrushchev tried first but couldn't, and besides, he had not discarded all the dogmas. Alberto, on the other hand, mentions an incident he witnessed in the USSR, which illustrates that even after Stalin's crimes were made public, there were people who missed him. I even saw the fall of the statue of Stalin in the most important park of, and I also had the opportunity to listen to a Russian there who with tears in his eyes told me he was very sad because Comrade Stalin had died. Notice how different things can be, right? I was there at the time when the whole process of de-Stalinization was initiated in the USSR, so that's why I tell you that these are 2 very contrasting things, right? On the one hand, the statue was toppled, and on the other hand, a Russian who starts crying, but hey, that's their story. In the interviews, references to Leonid Brezhnev are scarce, a figure often described as less than charismatic and associated with stagnation. The informants, still, sometimes refer to decisions or events during his government. Hector refers to the invasion of Czechoslovakia. He declares that earlier he had agreed with that decision. This was also Fidel Castro's position. He considered it necessary to prevent imperialist expansion. Later, Hector changed his mind. In the end, I think it was a mistake. Esteban expressed himself critically about the war in Afghanistan, which began in 1979. I believe that the last mistake the Soviet Union made was to get involved in Afghanistan. It was the Vietnam of the Soviets. As the reader familiar with Soviet history will remember, after the death of Brezhnev, there were a few short-lasting governments led by Yuri Andropov and Konstantin Chernenko. Esteban emphasizes that this intermezzo was something very harmful for the USSR itself, because there was a kind of power vacuum. He believes that already in the Andropov period, at least in universities, one could speak more freely, until the freedom of criticism finally came with Gorbachev. But he also notes that the party paid little attention to the criticisms that circulated in society. There was a significant deterioration in Soviet politics at that time, he argues. When you read the book, the one by Vitaly Voronikov 140, you are going to realize how the political bureau was left isolated, and went crumbling, and gradually lost its grip on power. The first who suffered the problem of the deterioration process in the 80s were the bases of the party. The bases of the party began to crumble, due to problems with corruption, problems of distrust, and problems with the lack of power. José Luis maintains that Andropov tried to revive the processes of change that Khrushchev had promoted. There was a certain process, we could say, of rectification starting with Khrushchev when the 20th Congress takes place, but then it's reversed again. It is notable here that José Luis uses the term rectification, suggesting some identification between Khrushchev's intentions to improve socialism with those of Fidel Castro, although they did not always go in the same direction. Esteban also believes that after Brezhnev died in 1982 and was succeeded by Andropov, the latter made an effort to improve the functioning of the system. Andropov did not shine from the point of view of foreign policy. It does not seem to me that he has given much attention to that. Andropov's impact was an internal impact, in trying to regulate, discipline, and try to solve some internal issues. For example, in Moscow, there were, jokes and sayings are very important, right? And those things. In Moscow there was a joke about Andropov's milk because the problem is that either there was no milk in Moscow, or it was so difficult to get hold of it. And, when Andropov came to power, he put pressure on this issue, and the internal situation from the material point of view improved a little. Although not all informants seemed especially familiar with Soviet history or felt to be in a position to express opinions on the subject, those who spoke with some degree of detail on the topic generally expressed a critical vision. They often touched upon issues such as the problems that the young state had to face, as well as erroneous decisions and leaders who were not up to their tasks. Also, as they often emphasized the early years of the Soviet process, even though the topic of most of the questions that I put forward were about the years surrounding the collapse, it is recalled that the Russian and later Soviet attempts to create a socialist society preceded the Cuban process and that each developed in different circumstances. 2.2 European socialism in the media and in real life. I saw great singers, great dancers, selling stuff on the subway. Most of the interview subjects obtained information from the USSR in two main ways, via Cuban media, and in some cases, visits to the country made by themselves or by other people they knew well. Several pointed out that an idealized vision of the USSR predominated in Cuba. In the following, I illustrate that those who traveled to the USSR sometimes, but not always, developed another perspective of the country. I also demonstrate how they have a critical view of the Cuban media coverage. The way in which travel affected or not the interview subjects' perception of the USSR, and later its collapse, seems to vary according to the character of their travels and when they went there. The trips that were made before the crisis in the USSR became deep and very explicit do not seem to have affected the predominantly favorable view of the USSR, or it may even have reinforced such a favorable view. In this sense, Mavis reminded us that logically, when you went there, they showed you the best they had. Those who made short trips often seem to have experienced or remember the more pleasant side. Eliar explains he went for a short stay, and during a short stay one does not see everything. We went for 15 or 20 days. We traveled there for matters of science, and could therefore only see very little, very little. Zenaida spent 27 days in the USSR as a tourist together with her husband in 1982. The first impression, of leaving here, and taking a trip there, everything was great, absolutely great, it was very nice. The timing of the trip may certainly have been decisive for the visitor's impression. Some respondents remember prolonged stays in the midst of the crisis of the 1980s or early 1990s, which negatively affected their image of the country. But the 1960s were a decade of growth and progress, and, according to Adalberto, Soviet people were excited about the Cuban Revolution. There were, however, more restrictions on communication with Soviets. Adalberto mentions a visit on January 2, 1963, when he was a pilot, shortly after the disagreement between Khrushchev and Castro regarding the missile crisis. At that time there was a very big closure, right? The Soviets were not allowed to have private communication, that was not work-related with foreigners, nor with the Cubans. That is, the communication we had a very affectionate round of drinks, with many incidents, which I will not tell you about here. There was a very nice one, but that demonstrated the friendship, the affection, and the ideological communality that existed at that time between the Cuban Revolution. They referred to us as the Island of Liberty and the Soviet Union. In Eastern Europe, this was not always the case, at least not after Fidel Castro's statements in favor of Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia in 1968. Adalberto states that after the Soviet invasion, in the Intercontinental Hotel we were practically denied things because the Cubans did not tip and preferred to give it to the people in charge of money. That is, they told you that Cubans don't give anything, the Cubans this, the Cubans are communists, even us, you couldn't even speak Russian, you spoke English. If you spoke English you were well received, but if you spoke Russian they would rather spit on you. If you spoke Spanish you were Cuban and you were not very well received. 141 Those who visited the USSR during its last decade of existence often witnessed more serious problems that impacted their vision of the so-called actually existing socialism. Jose relays that he spent a month in Moscow in 1985 or 1986 and witnessed an episode from the streets when some adolescents approached him to sell pants from the black market. If there is culture, if there are young people, assuming they have certain levels of schooling, they should not fall into that, and even with foreigners. What kind of impression do you give? Just to tell you one story, there were lots of things happening. 142 Adalberto also describes a society with a lot of corruption during a visit he had sometime between 1989 and 1991. He relays that when trying to buy a windshield for a Lada, someone from the agency sent them to a parking lot where such products were sold illegally. They were warned that if they did not come to pay at a certain time, they would be in trouble. He also conveys, however, that a short time after, another Russian, who identified with the Cuban people, appeared and offered them food out of solidarity. Esteban, during prolonged visits as a student and researcher, also became familiar with many problems. He conveys that in the USSR during the 1980s, I had the opportunity to observe a number of things, first of all to realize the deterioration process that was taking place, in all aspects, and the corruption process, it was very strong, in all aspects, and the breakdown of party authority, and the authority of political power. Jose Luis relays that I was living there for a year and one would come to realize that it didn't work. Victor says that in his youth he did not want to see the problematic aspects of the USSR, like the man who doesn't want to realize that his wife is cheating on him. I didn't want to see it. However, when I was in Moscow I saw the terrible part when I saw that everything they had told me was false. Because it was a society in which people did not smoke, and then people were smoking in the stores. Jorge was in East Germany between 1973 and 1977 and then traveled to other countries of the socialist camp every 2 or 3 years for 25 years. As an example of the gap he observed between theory and practice, he points out that prostitution was common, despite having officially been eradicated. The great German hotels, when socialism was still strong, an efficient socialism, a high-level socialism, those hotels were full of whores, but very refined whores, whores of high culture, but they were whores, expensive ones, whores who aspired to a better life. It might have been a shock for many travelers to encounter these aspects that were so alien to the official propaganda. But some travelers also say that they had a good impression of these societies, even during long stays and after getting to know the people well. Mavis praises the agricultural model that she saw. As professionals, we were learning about a development model that we could see was productive, that it was effective, that worked, because it improved the life of that population. We saw it wherever we went, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, to Germany. She saw no signs of crisis in the first half of the 1980s, no, I admit, even I who had experiences of the Russian family from the inside, as you can see, because my son had been married to a Russian woman and everything, and I used to visit the family's house. I didn't go to a hotel or a party camp, or anything like that. During the Gorbachev period, however, it had deteriorated, the situation was really bad. I saw people, artists, such as musicians, great singers, great dancers, selling stuff in the subway. Mavis admits that the end of East Germany caught her by surprise. Another trauma that I suffered, in Berlin. I studied in Berlin, where they had everything, the showcase of European socialism. And then I see it on television, because I did not see it personally, how they tear down the Berlin Wall, and those same people whom I frequented, whom I had seen living so well, according to my perspective on things. The informants believe that the information provided by the Cuban media was incomplete or insufficient. Norma relays that we did not receive, we heard something, some things were reported in the newspaper, but, to say it like to say that this is how it was, like that, this paper is white and it has writing in black ink, no, we did not perceive it. Mary, a journalist, argues that there was not much press, what we had was radio and television, and I believe that these media did not transmit such informa. To Alberto, the information was never the important one, nor was there enough information. When asking herself if the signs of crisis during the last 2 years of the USSR were reflected in the media, Mavis provided the example of nationality conflicts during the last years of the USSR. The researcher replied as follows: "No, those problems did not reach us." Then she states, "I think there was very little information." José Luis also considers that the population did not receive it, although he later mentions Fidel Castro's speeches as a source of information through which he himself was informed about the circumstances. Juan states that between 1985 and 1989, the population was not informed about the changes that were taking place in USSR-Cuba relations. Eliar states that yes, we received information about what was going to happen, about what was happening and how it was happening, but no, it was not complete as we should have received it. Yet he also says that after a period of secrecy, everything started to come out. Pedro, who was outside the country during at least parts of the period, is the only person who gives a relatively favorable review of the coverage in Cuban media. He relates that the media reported on the central aspects of the USSR crisis, although maybe not with so many details. But he argues that the crisis in Cuba may have limited the population's ability to stay informed. People were in survival mode. Sometimes they did not even enjoy the material conditions to keep abreast. They knew that what was over there had ended, that there were a number of things, they saw it, maybe they might not even have had the opportunity to see it on television, because here there were 15, 18, and sometimes 20 hours of blackout. The apparent discrepancy between what is revealed through systematic analysis and what the interview subjects say about the media coverage could indicate that there was no general censorship in the media, as some of the testimonies might imply. It may also rather suggest that the way in which the news was presented made important information go unnoticed, or it was not understood. As we have seen, there was information in the Granma newspaper about these phenomena, but the quality of this information and whether it was presented in an easily comprehensible way to the readers varied considerably. So it is interesting that several informants state that information about the problems did not reach them, as it might suggest the practice of Granma, and possibly also other media, of hiding away events visually, through other means, actually worked even in the case of highly qualified readers. Technically, in the media coverage that we analyzed in part 1 of the book, there was information on the crisis and the changes, but there was little explanation and analysis, and sometimes the news itself was not given much visibility, and maybe not even meant to be noticed by the reader. It should be taken into account that reading the press more than 20 years after some events took place is not the same as reading it as they take place, as one knows the outcome and might see more clearly the bits and pieces of information that were eventually important to the final outcome. On the other hand, some of the most critical comments may be influenced by memory and by the extensive public criticism that the Cuban press has received over many years, but perhaps in a more open and direct manner during the last few decades. Although one can say that there was contemporary press coverage on the events as seen earlier in the present work, few books have been published on the subject of the collapse in Cuba, and the collapse is given minimal attention in Cuban official and public history. It is not a taboo amongst people, and it is sometimes mentioned in the public debate, but there has been a certain tendency to avoid going deeper into it. In this regard, I refer to the textbook Historia de Cuba. Nivel Medio Superior, published in 1989, and the currently available 4th edition of 2004. The textbook presents Cuban history chronologically and is written for 15, 17-year-old students. Only in one appendix is the collapse mentioned, and then extremely briefly, from 1989 onwards, the process that would end with the collapse of socialism in Europe and the dissolution of the Soviet Union escalated. Cuba instantly lost 85% of its purchasing power, and its gross domestic product dropped drastically. In Washington they believed the time had come to reinforce the blockade in order to put an end to the Cuban Revolution, an end they predicted to be near. This might be partly explained by the book being on Cuban history and not about world history, yet it is still striking that the authors dedicate only one single paragraph to a world event that was of huge importance to all Cuban society. Even if it is a new edition based on a book originally published in 1989, the lack of more information and/or analysis on the topic could suggest that the topic was seen as politically very delicate. Various testimonies indicated that rank-and-file party members did not, at the time of the collapse, receive much more information than the rest of the population. According to Alberto, the party members had a bit more than the rest of the population, but not substantially more. José Luis states that I do not remember there being one explicitly addressed to the party members like that. There may have been some things, but I do not remember it like that. Juan, on the other hand, states that indeed some additional information was given to the party members. This must have been at the very end of the period. It may have happened, I do not remember, but there may have been some information. Then he says, I think they did create documents and some document was read, one of those things, insignificant. Norma argues that as a party member, she received some more information. She relates that in the party, things are spoken at meetings, which other workers, no matter how much merit they have, they do not perceive it and cannot understand it, because we are given the meetings, and that is, secretly, we cannot disclose. Eliar agrees that the party members were better informed, we always more information than the population. That has always been a characteristic of our party. However, Norma and Eliar both claimed that at some point the information they had was insufficient, so that difference cannot have been particularly significant. On the other hand, intellectuals, journalists, and high-level leaders are groups that had a bit more access to information. Mary states that she had access to more information. This was not because of her status as a party member, however, instead, as a journalist, she had an electronic device through which she received the latest news headlines or bulletins from abroad. Pedro argues that he indeed had access to the information needed in order to analyze the situation, perhaps because he was a diplomat and worked in Nicaragua. Juan says that as intellectuals, we had more access to information about what had really happened and what was happening, and therefore all those party meetings, with intellectuals, they were also party members, it seemed like a rather poor thing. Esteban states that we intellectuals had a clearer perspective, and were a little more informed. Regarding high-ranking leaders, in Mavis's opinion, even the country's leaders had little information. However, one argues that the higher up in the ranks of the party one looked, information could be greater, the Central Committee could be included, etc. Although I believe that the hardest information was always kept within a much narrower circle, which probably did not exceed the political bureau of the party. Jorge stated that in 1986, which he also refers to as 4 years before, Fidel Castro warned that the Campo Socialista or Socialist Bloc has no future. This happened at a meeting with the government in which a group of 10 or 12 people from philosophy at the university had also been invited. 143 While the exact wording and date of the meeting cannot be confirmed, this could indicate that the inner circle of political leadership provided additional information and more critical analysis to high-ranking officials and selected intellectuals. In this case, it is especially interesting since the intellectuals in question had earlier been marginalized during the Sovietization period of the 1970s. As we saw, members who worked in certain professions seem to have had access to more information for natural reasons, and this might have been the case for government officials, prominent intellectuals, and so on. George's statement, however, suggests that there may also have been a conscious policy by the authorities to give more information to certain groups. If that is the case, it confirms what was suggested in the first part of this study, that somewhat more explicit and critical information and analysis was given to high-level cadres and military and other trusted groups. However, there seems to have been a certain flow of information and analysis that was not written down, possibly in part since critical analysis of allied countries would be delicate, but also in part because of a tradition of self-censorship in the press and amongst academics. This could suggest that the political elite had a communication policy that followed two different lines: to let the media provide the most necessary information, although in a careful manner to not affect Cuba's foreign relations and maintain calm in the country, but spread some information, both written and unwritten, to an apparently selected audience. One purpose of this must have been to prepare these people so that they would be mentally prepared for problems, but also so that they could direct, guide, and explain the events to lower-ranking members of the state apparatus as well as the general population. This policy may partly be related to the PCC statute that, in line with Lenin's concept of the vanguard party, states that the party must orient the masses. Furthermore, it can be a way to make leaders feel included, to feel trusted and assigned responsibilities, but also so that the leadership could hear qualified opinions on the matter from people with other perspectives and skills. It is also believed in Cuba that, sometimes, the authorities spread gossip about certain problems, sometimes as a strategy to see how the population responds, or more relevantly in this case, to prepare the population for a story or to diminish the political impact it would have if it was to be known to all the population simultaneously through the media. Commonly, this action is called tirar una bola. 144 It may be a strategy to prevent certain news from reaching the entire population simultaneously, which would make it politically more dangerous. Thus, an additional objective of giving more information to certain groups could be to diminish the impact of changes. Although this goes against modern ideals of transparency and freedom of information, it is important here to add that a significant part of the population in Cuba believes that there are certain things that cannot be broadcasted. Often, this position is justified by the external pressure that the country faces. Some of my informants also justified the style of the press coverage in 1989-1992 by referring to U.S. pressures and the risk that events could be used to destabilize Cuba. When speaking about the media coverage in Cuba regarding the collapse, Alberto stated that each journalist's worldview could have influenced the coverage, but also said that there are historical responsibilities in terms of exercising the truth, thus justifying at least a careful approach. One suggested that control was reinforced from above, and besides, recalled that the journalists did not have a panoramic view of what was happening, nor did they have much control or possibilities to write whatever they pleased. These journalists have no initiative. They follow the editorial line dictated by the newspaper, which in turn responds to the door, to the party leadership, and the party has not communicated on that, so that the maneuvering room they have is to take a piece of news and the door says, hey, look at this is bad, we don't like that information, look at it, and comment on it. Don't imagine anything like a vision of the process or an understanding of the process. According to Mary, the press was, as in boxing, on the defense. The journalist argues that this was because it is a process that is taking place, and there is that, let's see what will happen, how it will end, what will be the consequences, and as such, like if we are not part of the process, we are rather on the, as in boxing, on the defense, instead of taking part in the process and providing the information of the whole process. As if one waits to see, she believes that the press reported very cautiously. I have earlier suggested that a more critical coverage might have jeopardized relations with other countries, though Granma did not always favor Allies' views and made more people question the model in Cuba. However, Mary stresses another aspect that might also have influenced the coverage and how leaders spoke about the changes. She said that one ought to be respectful because the Soviet Union was perceived as a friend for life, and they had saved us from a lot of things, so they had the right, and that right should be respected. Furthermore, according to Mary, the collapse may have been perceived as something uncomfortable, shameful. I will compare it to a relative who is imprisoned. That is an embarrassment for the family. It is not spoken about in the family and even less spoken about with friends, and then maybe the person was incarcerated for a silly or small thing, do you understand? But there is a syndrome of silence that is not doing us any good. At the same time, she does not think that the authorities were afraid that the collapse would spread to Cuba. Many of Europe's experiences were, according to her, of little relevance and could not serve as an inspiring example for Cubans. What Berlin Wall is going to fall here. However, other informants argued that Cuban leaders may have been concerned with ensuring that some transformation processes that were taking place in that other context would not be imitated in Cuba. Valdez Paz states that the withdrawal of Soviet publications in 1989 to 1990 were part of the measures to limit the influence this process has on the internal public opinion. Esteban believes that coverage in Cuban state media was also designed to try to keep those things from moving, that is, to avoid similar processes in Cuba. 145. 2.3 Predictability of the collapse. Fidel had already warned us regarding whether the collapse was foreseeable. Some informants claimed it was a surprise and some say it was not. Many report that Fidel Castro had warned them that the USSR could disappear. Others said that they had expected a complicated scenario but not a complete collapse. Cuban scholars Luis Aguilera Garcia and Nelson Labrada Fernandez wrote in a book published in 1994, however, that the collapse was an unexpected process for all 146. Yet, some of our interview subjects claim that they indeed perceived the possibility that the USSR could collapse, or that they saw it as a possibility certain years before it actually happened. Here, it is important to be skeptical and aware of the fact that memory can be misleading and that people's judgment of what they, at a certain point in the past, thought about the future, may have altered with the passing of time. However, one cannot rule out that someone in Cuba might have foreseen or reflected about the possibility of the USSR and Eastern Europe experiencing a major crisis. In fact, there were people suggesting publicly the possibility of a major crisis in the Soviet Union, although this was not a common perception. For instance, Norwegian researchers Johan Galtung et al. Wrote in 1980 that the socialist countries' problems were going to turn more explosive in that decade than in the previous one, and that due to the amount and magnitude of internal contradictions, political dynamics of huge dimensions could occur. 147 Cuban leaders also had close links with the USSR and Eastern Europe and thus privileged access to information. In all, 12 interview subjects commented on the issue of whether the collapse was predictable or not, although not always with the same clarity. This is normal when trying to remember an event from the past. Their responses varied greatly. 1. 5 people want us to understand that, to them, the fall of the USSR was a big surprise. Zenaida, Norma, Mavis, Aurelio, and Mary. It is salient here that 4 of these 5 people are women and that all the women who were interviewed expressed similar views on the topic. Norma states, "We had an idea that the USSR was always going to be a support to us." She states that I never thought that the socialist camp was going to fall, ever. Especially when we had Tamayo who went with Yuri to space, we didn't expect it, nor did it ever cross my mind that the socialist camp was going to fall. That is the truth, never. When asked if she suspected that there could be a collapse, Zenaida replies that I never suspected it, never, 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 never. Aurelio states that nobody in Cuba thought that the Soviet model was going to collapse, although he also says that he received a warning from the economist Raúl León Torres, in 1984 or 1985, about economic problems in the USSR. That was the first time he heard a pessimistic view, however. Mary argues that we thought that this would be eternal, that it would never fall. However, she also states that her father warned her that the USSR had no future. He worked at the USSR embassy in 1989, which is 3 years before it was dissolved as a nation. 148.2. There are 2 people who argue that they expected a more complicated situation in and with the socialist bloc but not a collapse. These people are Hector and Juan. Hector had been in the USSR and knew that the system there had generated many bad things. However, he recalls, "I will not say that we believed that the collapse of the Soviet Union could happen." Juan states that it was easy to foresee that from the evolution of the socialist camp and from the events in the USSR, a much more complicated scenario was to come, right? Although it could not be measured exactly, it was a scenario that would be less favorable in terms of the economy, in the military, and in diplomacy. Here, he seems to be referring to how things were allegedly perceived amongst the political elite and intellectuals. 3. There are 6 people who argue that they perceived the possibility of a USSR collapse as real or plausible, already several years before it happened, that is, it was not a surprise that it deteriorated strongly. Several argue, however, that the speed or the totality of the processes of change that followed was surprising. José Luis, Esteban, Jorge, Pedro, Eliar, and Victor. All of these are academics or professionals. These 6 people have all experienced direct contact with the USSR through their own travels or trips made by close relatives. Eliar argues that it was not a surprise because Fidel had already warned us about this. Fidel in Camagüey, on July 26, I think it was July 26 in Camagüey. 149. That speech surprised everyone, he insists. Fidel had a light that was very much directed toward there, and when he warned us about that, everyone did like this, and began to see, damn, that's strange. But with confidence. However, he also maintains that his children, who had been in the USSR, had warned him of that possibility. No, I already saw it coming, because the boys had already warned me. Victor points out that Fidel Castro's speech opened his mind to the possibility that this project could collapse, so, Fidel, when he, as the first in the whole world, talks about the collapse, I say, what the, but it doesn't take me by surprise, Fidel already prepared me. Esteban had a direct relationship with the USSR and argues that it did not take me by surprise because the problems I saw there, and the difficulties I saw there were problems and difficulties that could put an end to socialism. Pedro says that the people knew that the situation was serious already before the second half of the 1980s, already before the Gorbachev process. We were informed here, and people knew that in the Soviet Union there was a disaster. People knew that, and that also things were happening there that were going to lead to a catastrophe. Yes, people knew it. 150. Jorge reports that in 1986, Fidel Castro informed him and a group of 10 or 12 intellectuals that the USSR had no future. At that meeting in '86 he said, he told us, the European socialist camp has no future. He said that 4 years before. Then he added, I think that if Fidel in '86 told us that the socialist camp had no future and that there were issues to prepare for, he must have said the same thing to the party and to the Central Committee, have told them the same thing as to us. José Luis stated that from 1987 he had serious doubts that the USSR could remain as a rational thing that could function. The experiences he had gathered from visits to the country had allowed him, according to his words, to have certain presuppositions on the collapse of the USSR. He adds that, "I was not totally surprised, but, of course, I never thought it would happen so soon." Already from 1987 on, when the party conference took place in January 1987, where the party's leading role within Soviet society is practically withdrawn, in my opinion, already then, that initiated a path without return. There wasn't. That is, I didn't see then that there was a chance that it would remain a rational thing that could function. I would like here to mention an article published by José Luis in Cuba Socialista in the first half of 1989, as Associate Director of the Center for Research on the World Economy. In the article, he describes the development of the Cuban economy since 1959, which he sees as successful, even with enormous difficulties and inevitable mistakes. 151 The future prospects of the USSR are not the subject of the article. However, when talking about the Cuban economy, which at that time was highly dependent on the Soviet economy, José Luis states that his growth rates reflect the necessary efforts made to create the indispensable infrastructure that makes it possible later to enter a phase of accelerated development of the country, supported by its industrialization. Although his statement is open to interpretation and does not suggest that Cuba necessarily would experience industrialization in the near future, it may give the impression that there were still conditions for growth in the Cuban economy and that an industrialization process could have been possible in Cuba in the 1990s or 2000s. One might argue that if José Luis really anticipated a major crisis in the USSR, it would have made little sense to suggest that an industrialization process would be possible in any near future, since the USSR accounted for 3/4 of all Cuba's foreign exchange and that its crisis would eventually be a strong blow. In fact, when the collapse took place, a large part of the factories in Cuba had to be closed down. However, beginning in 1987, profound changes indeed took place in the USSR, and it seems credible that these might have created doubts about the future of the country and Cuban, Soviet relations in the Cuban intellectual circles to which José Luis used to belong and still does. As we saw in the introduction, Rachel Walker argues that from 1987 on, there was a revolution from above in the USSR 152 and the crisis developed very quickly after this, although it was not before the beginning of 1989 that the PSU and Gorbachev quickly began losing control. 153 So, well-informed observers in Cuba may very well have gotten an impression that things could quickly go out of control by 1987, though it was not the only possible interpretation, nor the only one that existed. Amongst Cuban elites even after Fidel Castro's warning in July 1989, this could appear to have been far from the only perception. It is possible that José Luis is exaggerating the degree of clarity in his analysis at the time, that what he says does not really reflect what he thought at the time, but it is also possible that the article in Cuba Socialista, for whatever reason, did not fully reflect José Luis's real vision at the time. In the previous paragraphs, I have demonstrated the informant's views on the predictability of the collapse. These do not necessarily coincide with what the Cuban authorities perceived, although the line may be blurred in some cases. As I have presented earlier, the academic Jorge claims to have been warned in 1986 by Fidel Castro that a crisis could be coming. 154 José Luis said that by 1987 there was little doubt that the USSR would have serious problems. He was close to the government in 1993. He assumed the position as Minister of Economy, and what Jorge says about Fidel Castro suggests these possibilities were talked about behind closed doors. Several measures were taken by the authorities throughout the 1980s that also could be seen in relation to the government's vision of the future of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, as well as their vision on the perspectives of Cuban-Soviet relations, although the policies are contradictory and some may also have been motivated by other issues, for example, a general desire to strengthen the economy. In February 1982, a decree law was signed in the Cuban parliament to allow foreign investment and the first strong foreign investments, according to José Luis, which he said arrived in 1987. He stated that this limited opening to foreign capital was related to the troubles that Cuban authorities, not the public, perceived in the USSR, as well as in the Cuban-USSR bilateral relations. There are other decisions that might suggest that the Cuban authorities were foreseeing a more difficult scenario, such as the mentioned opening of a biotechnology center in 1986 and the opening to tourism from 1987 onwards. The counterargument would be that Cuba also concentrated more of its trade with the USSR during these years and thus became more dependent. However, Cuba was under an embargo, which often made it difficult, and sometimes impossible, to trade with other countries. Cuba also suffered other problems related to international trade and financial debt at the time, which may have partly forced these decisions. Furthermore, contrasting perceptions might have existed amongst members of the political elite, and these may have contributed to contradictory policies. In any case, the measures suggest there was some effort to build a more independent economy, but that these were limited and contradictory and of such a nature that they could have been expected to give results only over the mid to long term. In this sense, it is important to recall what José Luis said about how he perceived the crisis. It was not easily predictable that things were going to happen so fast, nor could a complete collapse have been foreseen. Pedro also stated similar views. The country's leadership never imagined that the process would be as fast and as abrupt as it turned out. Juan also expressed something similar, when he talked about how, by 1984-85, the Cuban leadership became aware that Cuban-Soviet relations were going to get worse, though they did not inform the public well. The Cuban leadership maintained the confidence that the USSR would go through a much longer process and that nothing similar to the dissolution of the USSR as a state would happen. Their imagination did not go that far. One thought that the reform process could lead to a USSR with fewer revolutionary commitments, to modify its commitments with others, such as with us, to a policy of détente with the United States, blah, 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 but final termination it was not. It was totally anticipated, but the Cuban leadership did not prepare the population for that. It was handled with discretion. Even in 85 there was a party congress and it was not talked about. In light of the various political measures adopted by the government, as I have discussed above, what these informants say seems plausible, although it must be emphasized yet again that different actors within the system had different perceptions. By the beginning of April 1989, Fidel Castro publicly acknowledged that the situation in the USSR was very difficult. A small book published by the Cuban authorities about Gorbachev's visit to Cuba in April of the same year states that Fidel Castro referred to serious problems that exist in the USSR, and 3 months later he even warned that the state as such might disappear. In his speech in Camagüey, 155, based on what we know, Fidel Castro knew that the situation was serious long before this, but if he had talked about this publicly, it could have contributed to the weakening of the USSR as well as having caused further tension in Cuban-Soviet relations. Still, it is true that the government's internal response to events was not that fast either. Saving measures could have been implemented earlier on. And although the declaration of the special period in January 1990 was an explicit way of explaining to the population that very hard times could be close, the first austerity measures in 1989 and early 1990 were relatively marginal. 156 This might have been partly because it would have been politically difficult to enforce such measures earlier, if a part of the ruling elite, as well as the general population, still had a perception of the Soviet Union as something more or less solid. Also, even by early 1990, not even Fidel Castro, who was amongst the pessimists, predicted the speed with which events took place. Even so, a proactive foreign policy had been underway to avoid international isolation since at least 1989. According to Juan, the government made an outward-reaching foreign policy. He also argues that if you look closely, Cuba never broke relations with any of the Eastern European countries that made the transition to capitalism, and it established relations with all the states that arose from the dissolution of the USSR. Cuba did not withdraw itself, rather quite the opposite. It issued all the pseudopods it could, it became equipped with tentacles. And like Spider-Man, using all the threads available, Cuba clung to the international system that most resembled its own. It is important to keep in mind that nobody could confirm or foresee with absolute certainty that the USSR was going to disappear. What happens in the world depends on the will of historical subjects, coincidences, and other factors. There were events in the USSR and Eastern Europe that might have been avoided or at least postponed if certain historical actors had made other decisions. In relation to this, it may also be important to remember that at that time there were still relatively strong movements on the left in some Latin American countries. Using counterfactual history, one may say that the situation in Cuba in the 1990s could have been somewhat less unfavorable if Carlos Andrés Pérez had not betrayed his mandate in Venezuela, if Luis Inácio Lula da Silva had won the elections in Brazil in 1989, if the FMLN guerrillas had achieved military victory, or if Daniel Ortega had not lost the elections in Nicaragua in 1990. Even if such governments had emerged, they would not have been able to replace a power such as the USSR as a commercial and military ally of Cuba. However, such a different scenario could have led to other changes that could have been favorable to Cuba. 157 It was not easy to predict a scenario with such negative implications for Cuba as the one that finally occurred. On an international level, almost everything that could go wrong went wrong. Some might still question the testimonies. In general, those who claim that they were aware that in the USSR and Eastern Europe a crisis and major changes were likely to come, were people of medium or high educational level who had visited or had contacts in the USSR and Eastern Europe and/or belonged to the political elite. It could be said that these people are also the ones who would have had the most to lose if they recognized that they had not been able to predict what was about to happen, since that could affect their prestige as academics and analysts. On the other hand, they were also the ones with the most information and perhaps the most capability for analyzing the situation, and more importantly, as we have shown, there are elements that suggest that a significant worsening of the situation may have been seen as probable by some, and they had real reasons to suspect this. A part of the political leadership shared such perceptions, notably Fidel Castro. The majority of the interview subjects attribute to Fidel Castro some capacity to analyze the situation and to prepare Cuba for more difficult times. Although they are not satisfied with the information they received through the Cuban media, the informants remember Fidel Castro as a solid source of information. His early perceptions that things might become worse, especially after his Camagüey speech on July 26, 1989, and his decision to alert the population, contributed to strengthening the perception of him as a visionary and responsible leader, and this was another factor contributing to unity as the crisis broke out. 2.4 The immediate response, like when my mom stopped breastfeeding me. The interviews suggest a certain variety of immediate reactions to the news about the collapse, amongst party members. Such personal reactions are given very little attention in the official press that I analyzed in Part 1, and as I have demonstrated, Granma did not give much room to doubts, critical analysis, or pessimism, and certainly not from the early 1990s when the media became more restrictive with alternative views. Hence, I found it particularly interesting to ask the interviewees about their immediate emotional reactions, which may have been more diverse than what the official discourse acknowledged at that time. Moreover, in this subsection, I also present additional analytical assessments that some who were interviewed claimed to have made during or immediately after the collapse. In general, the interview subjects acknowledge having suffered, materially and emotionally. Some say that they changed their opinions on certain issues, but they decided to stand with the revolution and continue as members of the party. Rather than criticize or discuss the validity of the system, they agreed to participate in activities in favor of the revolution, which also included, at least in the case of some, taking action to combat opposition activity. The interview subjects mention some first emotional reactions, such as surprise, sadness, anger, confusion, anxiety or worry, and fright. On the other hand, when referring to other people who distanced themselves from the revolutionary project, they highlight loss of faith, doubts, and fear. Lenin says that the collapse was like when my mom stopped breastfeeding me, when I was 5 or 6 years old. Careful with that, we found ourselves in a squeeze. Zenaida also describes the change as dramatic, fast, and something that had a very direct impact. How was I supposed to feel, since we experienced the suffering firsthand? We all felt it. The fall was so abrupt, so quick. It came as a big surprise to Mavis that the USSR was destroyed as a system, because something you think is so solid. Again, it is useful here to recall the image of Fidel Castro of the dismemberamiento of the USSR 158, which could imply that the superpower was softer or weaker on the inside than how it was perceived to be. To Mavis, the collapse had a moral and ideological impact that still prevails. Look, if I let myself be carried away by my patriotic sentiments, I would tell you, here I am, homeland or death, we shall overcome, we die covered in red blood. All those speeches that we give, we have done it, and it is true that we are willing to do it, but I will not answer you like that. I will tell you that it is still affecting us, that it is still affecting us. She states that the fall of the USSR indeed aroused serious fears about the future of Cuba. There is a very logical, very natural, and explainable foundation that there is something that was not functioning well, there is something that is not working and well. Who can guarantee us that it will not happen to us, and that we will return to capitalism? She argues that if the PSU over there, which was the strongest organization of the non-capitalist world, if that happened there, what will happen here? Juan speaks of the three fears, which, according to him, used to be stronger or more latent in the population, although he recognized that by 2013 they were perhaps now diminishing. These three fears consist of 1. Losing sovereignty, 2. Losing what the revolution had achieved, and 3. That a third world capitalism would be introduced in Cuba, not a Nordic model, which is what the people of Eastern Europe and the USSR were promised. These three fears resonate with something written by Jorge Dominguez 159, who believes that US pressure against Cuba in the early 1990s allowed Cuba to gain internal and international support. One might add that other countries in Latin America suffered strong pressures from the IMF and multinational corporations to introduce neoliberal policies. In Latin America, recent decades have brought few benefits to the majority of the population. 160, a situation that Cuban media and politicians have also taken advantage of. Several interview subjects allude to the first of these fears, losing independence. George's opinion exemplifies this when he argues that we could not reinstate capitalism because that would be the death of the nation. Relating the revolution and socialism to national independence is very common in Cuba. Likewise, the words patria, revolution, and socialism are frequently emphasized and repeated in the state discourse, to the extent that it seems that one depends on the other, as stated by the anthropologist Maria Gropus. 161, when asked if she feared that the US would attack Cuba, Zenaida responds by saying, "I think this is very strong here. Here they do not dare. And look, they have tried indeed, and wherever they throw themselves, they are caught." As she responds in the present tense, it is not clear whether she also thought that such a risk was remote or non-existent between 1989 and 1991. Hector, however, says that he was aware of the possibility of an attack. "We were in a position at the time when the Soviet Union disappeared that we could be attacked. But there may have been a just as strong, or stronger, fear that Cuban Americans would return to the island and try to influence politics and even recover their properties that had been confiscated when the revolution took power." In this sense, some of the interview subjects, as well as other Cubans, may have had a personal and collective interest in avoiding political change. Victor told us that one day he decided to visit a building that his dad had left when he departed from Cuba after the revolution. There had been a clinic in the building, but in the early 1990s about 30 people lived there. I went and talked to people about how they felt about the fact that they were given a house in what had been my dad's clinic. But one day when I go there, I meet, just so you can understand, a woman. She saw me, and she tells me, Jocanito, come here, you will drink coffee at my house, you are Victor's son. And after having talked for a while, the woman told me, Jocanito, if this changes, don't take my house away. This was in the year of '94, when people in Miami put a letter believing that this was about to change. According to Lenin, it is true what El Comandante said, at that time everyone had the suitcase ready to come here, because they thought we were going down. It's like you fall into a pond and the water reaches up here. They had the suitcases and everything, they gave it a deadline, this year is the end of Cuba. Some informants explicitly recognized that they had not expected the crisis to be so long and so profound. Hector admitted that he knew that hard times were coming, but well, the hope that one always has as a human being, we did not expect times to be so hard. Hernandez Rivera conveyed that he thought it was going to recover faster, and look all the time it has taken, suggesting that the crisis was still in place in 2013. Did the authorities employ a deliberate strategy of pretending that the crisis was going to be shorter than what was really anticipated, in order to avoid increasing discontent? This is certainly possible, but it is beyond the scope of the study to answer such a question with certainty. It is also possible that the authorities simply thought that they were going to quickly get out of the crisis. Indeed, optimism has been a constant since the revolution. For example, in a 1959 speech, Fidel Castro said, "If they don't throw a wrench into the works, I am sure that within a few years we will elevate the Cuban standard of living above that of the United States and of Russia." Some of the most optimistic party members may, by the early 1990s, have dreamed of a recovery of the USSR. These kinds of beliefs may also have helped some to endure the sacrifices of the special period. It is also possible that having suffered very tense and difficult situations in the past were factors that helped prevent panic. In this sense, two interview subjects mentioned previous events that had affected their country strongly. To a liar, the special period was the second thing to hit us at the triumph of the revolution, the United States depriving us of the sugar quota, and it began with the blockade. To us here the financial squeeze was, there was nothing, everything was very difficult. Adalberto makes the same comparison by mentioning that now people talk about the crisis of socialism, but from the years after Duran, to the 70s and so, there was nothing to eat here. My friend, there has been a crisis. What happens is that there are generations that did not live it, and some who do not want to remember. Hector, on the other hand, draws a parallel between the special period and the missile crisis in the 1960s when he expresses the following. I saw a greater possibility of disappearing during the October crisis. The informants recall that there were party members who lost faith, distanced themselves, or broke with the hegemonic political project in Cuba. Jose mentions former colleagues who were revolutionary and who lost strength. He explains such changes in relation to their attitude. According to him, they feared that this would collapse. When asked if he knew party members who lost their faith, Jose responds as follows. Ha ha ha, sure, of course, it is not what most abounded, and he attributes this to the high demands or requirements that existed in order to enter the party at that time. About his opinion and attitude, he reveals the following. I didn't stop being revolutionary, but honestly, I tell you that I saw things as very difficult. José's claim that there was no mass desertion from the party is echoed in the academic literature. There were even many cases such as Victor, who decided to enter the party in a situation where the party's and the Cuban system's future was doubted by many, perhaps especially outside of Cuba. According to William Leo Grande, while communist parties in Eastern Europe constantly lost members during the 1980s, in Cuba, on the contrary, the party has grown rapidly through all the special period, at almost double the rate of the previous decade 162. Even so, Zenaida suggests that many members had their doubts, even many party members did not believe that this was going to be survivable, because I had colleagues who even suggested at the meeting to ask for a leave from the party with the purpose of then leaving the country. But we went and calmed them down, and we were telling them, hey, look, it is not like that, this will continue. Victor entered the party in 1991 and also believes that indeed many people left the party during those years. He explained this by saying that in difficult times there are people who even get scared. This resonates with Eliar's explanation: whenever there is a period like this, always, as we say, the weak give way and the weak leave. I mean, they leave in the sense that they leave the process. It may be that they go to the US, they may stay here, but they lose strength. Both felt that this has had a cleansing effect on the party. Nevertheless, it raised my attention that some informants mixed the topics of leaving the party and leaving the country, implying a politicized view on Cuba migration. By the time I worked in Cuba in the late 2000s and even more so in 2013, migration was generally accepted by most Cubans as an individual decision, and it was also common that Cubans showed gratitude toward friends and family abroad who by their personal sacrifice sent back remittances to the island. Also, it was obvious that migrants had different reasons for migrating, many of which were not related to politics. Yet several interview subjects cited the case of the balseros who left Cuba in 1994 as an example of people who lost their faith apparently in the revolutionary project, in the nation, or in its future possibilities under the current order. For those not familiar with the Cuban rafter crisis, this refers to a massive and traumatic departure of people by sea on fragile vehicles, which not only split families but also cost many lives. Several informants seemed, thus, to view emigration as a means through which people distanced themselves from the system, protested against it, or at least said in some way that they were not willing to sacrifice themselves for certain principles. This despite the fact that even Fidel Castro claimed, at least in his later years, that most migrants had left the country for economic reasons. In the academic literature, it is sometimes argued that Cuba has been using migration to get critics to emigrate instead of protesting against the government. Albert O. Hirschman, known as the author of the theory of exit and voice, claims that this has been done on a large scale under Fidel Castro. 163 While migration has certainly contributed to the easing of discontent within the country, it seems unlikely that most of the people who emigrated in the early 1990s did so primarily or even to a high degree as a political protest. While anti-Castro sentiments are strong in older generations amongst the exiles in Florida, only a small fraction of the migrants in the 1990s have organized against the Cuban government, even though the US and their social context allow them to. Most migrants at the time probably had strong discontents with the Cuban system, and they suffered restrictions implemented as part of the system, but most Cubans are also fully aware that the critical situation was caused by several factors. They knew about the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they were aware of the US embargo/blockade. Yet several of the informants in this study claimed those who had left the party or emigrated were weak with regard to their principles. The informants' attitudes sometimes resembled those of official attitudes some decades ago. Clearly, a situation where tens of thousands leave the country on rafts with an elevated risk of losing their life suggests that circumstances were extremely difficult. Although the US could be said to have stimulated this kind of migration, it was certainly not a far-fetched idea to blame the Cuban government's policies over the years, or characteristics of the Cuban system, for some or even many of the difficulties. This being said, most informants seem to have held the idea that one should stay in Cuba even if the situation was threatening and difficult. The idea that one was part of a collective and that resisting in Cuba was a dignifying act that one did not give in to outside pressures could have been a source of motivation for many. When socialist ideas were questioned throughout the world and also in segments of Cuban society, most of the Cuban party members continued defending the system. The members we interviewed seemed to have felt sincerely their reasons for having joined the party and thus retained their validity, and they knew that these still had considerable support in their surroundings, that is, amongst a sizable part of the Cuban population. Some might have been more disillusioned than they were willing to admit, they might have had more doubts, done things because of routine or social pressure more than a personal impulse and so on. Yet, there were also social pressures in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and there is little reason to doubt that most Cuban party members still had revolutionary beliefs and an identification with the government. In this context, rather than demanding a profound debate on the collapse and on socialism in general or by distancing themselves from socialist ideas altogether, the informants accepted the decision taken by their party and by Fidel Castro to defend the system and closed ranks and participated actively when asked to do so. In this sense, the informants represent the dominant tendency in the party, in which a considerable part of the general population also participated. Informant Norma said to me that there was a lot of mobilization. The scholarly literature supports such an affirmation. Richard Fagan concluded in 1969 that the Cuban revolutionary culture was shaped by action and mobilization. 164 Pura Stable emphasizes how Fidel Castro used popular mobilization, especially until 1970-165 and again from the 1990s and onwards. 166 The mobilization during the special period seems to have had different purposes, such as solving problems of production and distribution, involving and motivating people and promoting culture, but also disciplining undesired behavior in society, including attitudes and actions that challenged the system. When the crisis of socialism occurred, according to José Luis, the party played a fundamental role because it was the force that brought people together socially, that is, it was the political force that guided society and the one that translated general orientations into specific and practical measures that were discussed with the people. It promoted mobilizations, gave impulse to resistance. Elier attributes to the party a unifying and a leading role, one that depended on an organized society to function, through mass organizations, guiding the population. We had to guide the public about the blackouts, this and that. When these kinds of problems occurred, immediately communicated to the zonal nuclei, to the basic nuclei of the labor organization, to the Federation of Cuban Women, to the committees for the defense of the revolution. The party is a unity, the party has its strength in an organized society. According to Pedro, the role of the party at that time was to engage mainly in supporting the population and to ensure that the few supplies that existed reached out to the people. I'm going to mention, as an example, some things here in this neighborhood. My oldest son, who at that time lived here with me, now he is married and lives somewhere else. He was the delegate of the People's Power of this constituency, and then he helped to distribute a type of hamburger to the population, daily. Bread with a hamburger was distributed in a cafe and then for each committee for the defense of the revolution. The interview subjects describe a situation in which the majority of the population relied on and automatically accepted the role played by the party. Hector states, I must say that the party played a very large role in all this. According to Mavis, the party is again the rope that is thrown to you from the shore. What is it that we hold on to? I think it would have been very difficult to maintain the revolution without the leadership of that party, of this party. Though not referring specifically to the years of the collapse, Lenin contends that without that party, this would have fallen. According to Jorge, here all those years the party maintained the confidence it enjoyed in the population, and preparations were made to face the crisis. Alberto told me during the interview that people had confidence, man. Internally, in the party, our informants were willing to follow the instructions given from above. In the words of Zenaida, I have followed all the party's indications, that is apart from what just comes naturally, all their indications. The same in the CDR as in the workplace, when there was a marathon of that, during the problems with people leaving as well. We fought that a lot, those that were called the scum, and all the things I have managed to fight for, I have done it for the revolution and now the same. Among the other organizations that participated, Hector mentions the CDR, which he says played a huge role at that time, and the unions led by the party organization at the workplaces, so that workers were not demoralized. During the critical years, New organizations were also created to support the work of the party in defense of the system. Hector tells us that the Association of Combatants of the Cuban Revolution emerged. Here it is very difficult in our country, until now, because, well, we are disappearing. It is very difficult to find a house in which there is no combatant of the Cuban Revolution, because imagine, 300,000 Cubans in Angola, several thousands in Ethiopia, several in Guinea-Bissau, others around here, international and clandestine doctors, the rebel army, very difficult. So, this has a great and enormous moral weight in the local community. Alberto mentions another example from the cultural sector. The municipal coordinators of the UNEC were created. They were artists who engaged in their communities to try to rescue what from a community level was important for the cultural life of the country. This was an effort to solve a problem generated by an absence of financing. Some refer to activities known as volunteer work. For example, Norma participated in the food plan in Nueva Paz for 2 months, picking yams, picking malanga, cleaning sugar cane. Because I also cleaned sugar cane, I spent 2 months in Nueva Paz. Although most of the party members remained loyal to the authorities, and strict unity was enforced, certain tensions emerged outside the organization. Unauthorized or illegal opposition became more visible. 167 The informants disagreed on whether the opposition grew in numerical terms or not. Pedro believes that there was an increase in their activity in the 1990s, but that they were the same opponents as always and that they were supported by the US. Immediately when their policy toward the socialist camp succeeded, they began to do the same in Cuba. Nothing happened here. The presence of the opposition was, according to him, the same as always. There is a small sector of the population that since the last century has maintained an annexationist mindset, which is a pro-North American mindset, who want capitalism to come here again. Eliar believes that there was a numerical increase in active government opponents, which he attributes to the difficult situation. Every time there is a process like this, of difficulties etc., etc., look, as if by law, opposition surfaces, as if by law, believers increase in numbers. There is an upsurge in religious beliefs. 168 He still claims it was a marginal phenomenon. There was never a strong opposition to the government as in some countries of Eastern Europe and in the USSR. This was also pointed out by Esteban. In other socialist countries, such as Romania, such as Hungary, such as Poland itself, Czechoslovakia, the process of criticism toward the system became an attitude against the system itself. Some interview subjects gave their explanations as to why that did not happen. Pedro acknowledges that these years were politically very bitter and a direct suffering for the people, but he maintains that never in a way that such sentiments turned into sentiments of pro-system change. Another explanation is the alleged non-independent nature of the opposition, which might have made it lack credibility in the eyes of many Cubans. 169 The absence of a bourgeoisie, the identification of the opposition with a system that people did not consider a good one. The informant's narratives suggest, explicitly or not, a situation in which socialism is beneficial for the majority, and that if someone expresses themselves against the system, they do so for reasons that are not the result of poor government performance or problems with the system, but for individual reasons such as the lack of an ability to analyze, that they have been deceived by capitalist propaganda, or even due to opportunism and personal gain. For example, they would seek financial support from abroad through regime change programs for Cuba by the US and try to position themselves for a capitalist Cuba. According to Pedro, in Cuba since the revolution, nobody has ever been persecuted for their political ideas. He believes that the law has fallen on those who conspire with weapons in hand, who cause sabotage, who kill someone, who place a bomb, yes. Then he added that those who are allies with and receive money from US politics are persecuted, of course, as in any other country. This narrative is problematic. Amnesty International's annual report of 1990 cited 60 cases of detained opponents, and contended that many opponents were arrested simply for expressing their political opinion. It also referred to cases of violence against opponents. 170 In the 1990s, there was also an increase in discontent in the general population, which provoked an event sometimes referred to as the Malacanazo, a street demonstration in 1994. Perhaps because it was a spontaneous manifestation and not something organized by the traditional opposition, or because of the considerable number of participants, it received a different treatment than what is usual. Fidel Castro went out to speak with the protesters in person. The party members also tried to fight opposition in all its forms in many different ways. José mentions organizations such as the Defense and Production Brigades, the Territorial Troops Militia, and the Rapid Response Brigades, which were aimed at maintaining political stability. Explaining the need to employ these, he argues that it was necessary to stop the element that was a gasanando that could support those people. The scholar Jorge Dominguez maintains that these brigades used informal targeted violence 171 on the streets, a type of violence that became more frequent from the middle of 1991 and onwards. According to Dominguez, this had not been a common practice until that time. 172 Though not unprecedented, this use of targeted informal violence to stifle dissent was in many ways new. Dominguez asserts. 173 José believes that these groups that were organized to defend the system emerged from the very population, but people did not always participate massively. Groups were also organized to go out if someone threw bottles. What did they call them? The Rapid Response Brigades. But not everyone responded, so I had to go out alone, and there were 2 or 3 people who did not go out who should have done so. Apparently, he considers it necessary for revolutionaries to go out and enforce order in a convulsive situation. Perhaps more surprisingly, journalist Victor stated that he had taken part in violence against what he considered to be negative elements, without even having been asked about this in the interview. He did not clarify whether he was referring to the organized opposition, but it seemed like a reference to spontaneous protesters. Victor presented this violence as a kind of self-defense. He claimed that here, a demonstration against the revolution has never been broken up by the force. We have hit them, but it is the people who have fought here against negative elements that came out with their pots asking for more food, and we put the pots in the head, but it wasn't the police, it was us. It wasn't people with a shield and sticks, it was us, because we also have the right to defend this. In the case of Victor's statement, it is not specified whether when he says that he have hit them he refers to events during the years 1989 to 1991 or at another moment after 1959. Clearly, he sees himself as a victim of acts of indiscipline, intents to overthrow a system with majority support, or whatever, despite describing a situation where he has apparently attacked peaceful protesters in a physical manner. Such practices certainly constitute a disrespect for the human right of freedom to assembly and might have been an efficient way of discouraging certain activities that were considered to be against the system, although the experiences of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union suggest these do not work in every situation. There were also party members who said they were instructed to use dialogue and try to convince people, which might suggest a two-track approach to opposition from the authorities, but it could also suggest that different leaders on a local level gave different orders according to their principles and ideas. Norma relays that during the meeting with the party branch, the secretary told us, "Do not let people speak badly of the revolution. If you are at a bus stop and any citizens come out against the revolution, you call that person and make her or him understand what you know of Cuba, of the party, of socialism, of everything. You give that person a speech, you talk with them in a good way, not in a bad way. Do you hear me?" She told me that when I was in Aguaguacu I heard a guy who was coming against our revolutionary principles. I told him, "Man, come here, you are wrong, because this is so, and like that we fight for some ideals." 2.5 The causes of the collapse. The defenses had completely fallen to the ground. Although there was no national debate about the causes of the collapse, it is an issue that has been discussed among Cubans for more than 2 decades, and there is a proliferation of opinions. Some interview subjects do not refer to an explicit cause or several causes of the collapse. Others express diverse opinions on the subject, and the interviews clearly show that there is no consensus on this issue within the party, although some ideas and explanations are often repeated. Among our interviewees, there were 6 people who do not express a clear opinion about the causes of the fall. 174 This may be due to a lack of information and a broad media debate on the subject. They may also avoid giving opinions on the subject because they are aware that it is an extremely complex problem and therefore difficult to provide definitive answers. In the following, I will first describe the opinions issued by the interview subjects and then analyze them in greater depth. I will begin with the 6 interview subjects who do not give an explanation for the causes of the collapse. 1. Zenaida states that in regard to that, I did not realize that, well, how socialism collapsed. I tell you that sincerely. I don't remember how things happened. 2. Norma says she can't find the words to explain how the system fell. What did they do to the USSR in order for it to break like that? What happened? An idea like that, maybe I don't have such a clear idea to be able to explain to you. I can't explain it because the words just don't come to explain it to you. But something big must have happened there. She reiterated her doubts. Something big must have happened when the socialist camp fell so abruptly. 3. Mavis did not explicitly state the causes of the fall of the model, although on several occasions she referred to popular support for Gorbachev's reforms which apparently tried to modify the old system and how happy the people of Berlin were when the wall fell. This could indicate that the model suffered a crisis of legitimacy, although the causes of such a crisis of legitimacy remain unexplained. 4. Mary did not provide an explanation of the collapse either but mentioned that she has changed her position on Gorbachev, who was the main exponent of reforms. First she maintained a positive position, but over time she has come to think that he contributed to creating new problems, though she did not believe he had intentions of destroying the system. He was also affected by his political surroundings and the unfavorable international context, she suggested, and mentioned something that her father had told her before the fall, though it is not clear if this is also her opinion. Gorbachev's flirting with the West was going to end the USSR. 5. Adalberto mentioned a series of problems experienced by Soviet society, especially religious discrimination but also corruption, material problems and lack of ideological awareness, strong resentment, or even hate toward Russians in Czechoslovakia, the way in which the Soviet Communist Party recruited its members, and so on. He does not present a single explanation as to why there was a collapse. 6. Juan mentions problems of a political nature and of an economic nature. In addition, he mentions that he has heard, within the party, different opinions on the subject, 4, 5, 6 different basic views. He mentions 4 of these. 175. 1. Gorbachev was an agent of British intelligence. 2. The fall was the product of competition with the West on the economic and military levels, a competition that the USSR was not able to win. 3. The collapse was due to the lack of social conscience, and the model was something like an empty shell without social support. 4. And what he calls the interpretation of Fidel Castro, that Gorbachev was a man of good intentions who wanted to fix the system but who made tactical mistakes, which led to counter-revolutionary forces taking control of the party. 176. However, Juan does not reveal explicitly his own interpretation. On the other hand, there are 11 respondents who try to explain why the collapse occurred, although in several cases they express reservations stating that these are complex issues. 1. Lenin believes that the system fell due to the conflict between different nationalities, and do you know where the system falls? This has always existed, all the republics were countries, weren't they countries? He believes that it was a problem that had been swept under the carpet, that is, it had been hidden or suppressed, but as time passed, it was inevitable that these would re-emerge, as there was a will for independence. That was coming from the past, he claims. Lenin mentions that. One says that the socialist camp fell because of Gorbachev. 177. He declared that he did not personally agree with this. One man does not generate that, he accelerated the system. the fall, he accelerated it. 2. Jorge emphasizes that the collapse has several causes but believes that the main cause is the formation of the political elites. In my opinion, the main cause of the fall of the USSR and the socialist camp lies in the formation of the leading elite, the people who govern the society. The leader's intellectual, scientific, and ethical schooling is what determines the development of a country. You cannot have a developed country when it is led by people with an underdeveloped mind. This made it more difficult to solve the problems of agriculture and to manage diversity of thought in society. According to him, the problem is that socialism is immature and still does not know how to use the knowledge in society to its benefit. For these reasons, some leaders resort to repression. 178 Jorge paraphrases Marx's thesis that the philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world. The point is to change it, and adds that when you change socialism, this thesis is turned upside down. The world has been changed, right? Now it's about interpreting it. The world becomes more complex, but the political elite does not rise to the occasion. Lenin was an intelligent and cultivated leader. Stalin was intelligent but not cultivated. 3. Jose mentions several problems that the USSR suffered and theorizes that the country ran out of force or energy because it brought revolutions to other peoples. The people in those countries, on the other hand, grew tired because they had not created the revolution themselves, they had not made sacrifices and therefore did not value what they had. He asked rhetorically, "How often do you think about the air you breathe?" He asserted that intervening in Eastern Europe at the end of World War II to end Nazi occupation was the right thing to do, but the Soviets should have retired instead of demanding the establishment of a particular system. That task should have been left to the country's residents. I asked him, thus, why had the system in the USSR also collapsed, since the people there had created their own revolution? He says, "In my opinion, the system falls because they simply stop doing, or stop seeing issues they had to see and fall into weaknesses." He believes that they started relaxing, and the enemy is working, the enemy is working. 4. According to a liar as well, the main causes are internal, but imperialism exploits internal problems in order to accelerate a change of regime. The internal crisis is due to weaknesses but also financial problems and other problems, such as nationality conflicts, which, together, had created a distance between the population and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. With regard to external infiltration, he believes that Gorbachev made bad decisions and that American intelligence institutions worked on him. He also refers to the role of the Catholic Church in changing the regime in Poland. He believed that the fall of the Berlin Wall was orchestrated by imperialism and that external forces were working to influence public opinion and convince people about the benefits of Western life. This type of foreign penetration works, he argues, if one gives in to imperialism, and that it works best when there is neither ideological solidity nor awareness of the enemy's aggressive character. He quotes Che Guevara. "I still believe, as our commander Escobedo Che Guevara once said, there can be no trust, neither in capitalism, nor in imperialism, not even a tiny bit." But at the same time, he specifies that the root causes of the collapse emerged long before, because although imperialism achieved its objectives, it only helped to precipitate something that was coming. I don't know if you understand me, it's not that he did it, no, it was something that was already on its way and he speeded it up, as simple as that. He argued that some problems had their roots back to the Second World War. 5. Hector states that the main causes were that ideological work was not taken seriously and that the enemy had influenced people over an extended period, for example, creating a favorable impression of Western societies. Hence, people made no resistance to the coup of 1991, it was a people who, I would say, was prepared, or they had prepared them or ripened them in order to give them such a blow. He warns that you can't become naive. The Soviet Union was heavily besieged by multiple people, a permanent work of intelligence, and so on, from the opposite field, that is, from the imperial power, radio stations, propaganda, life in Europe. Everyone has a great life, everyone has a car, a good two-story house, everyone is without problems, and it seems like not, but it keeps on creating and permeating, as we say in Cuba, permeating. Ideologically, he compares it to the weakening of the human defense system. The defenses had completely fallen to the ground, and, as we often speak of in medical circles, in order for any virus like that, or bacteria like that to penetrate society and destroy what was the Soviet Union. 6. Alberto believes that the collapse had two main causes. First, the economic structure led to ways of thinking that were prone to rejection. Secondly, the impossibility of the cultural sphere to offer an alternative. He alleged that these two were connected and that economic structures were created that facilitated certain, even certain social differences. That's how I see it. It generated insurmountable internal problems, which further generated a way of thinking. When you, from a concept of bringing material goods to people, material goods to people, develop a thought related to that, the only thing that is developing is an insatiable thought. Apparently, he said, there was an emphasis on ideological work, but it was something that was done mechanically. As a problem, he also highlights the fact that the Russians began to play the role that the West had, according to him, previously played in Eastern Europe. That is, influencing the region by force. This created a resistance to the Russians. There was a Russian Eurocentrism in which other cultures were belittled, also those that existed within the USSR. In Alberto's opinion, the socialist camp failed to let go of Eurocentrism, and there was no profound or real solidarity. 7. Esteban argues that the causes of the collapse are internal. They are of internal deterioration and a system that at the end of the day did not work. He thinks that the country, the Soviet Union, was born with a set of problems and that Lenin understood that these were problems that needed to be solved. However, he died too early. He believes that Trotsky was a very strong guy who saved the USSR during the Western powers' intervention wars against the young Socialist Republic. On the other hand, he mentions that Stalin was not the best person to lead the party, although mostly praising his leadership during times of war. The economic model was moreover adapted to times of war but was not the best for times of peace, and for the difficult situation after World War II, which favored a US that had not been destroyed by the war. Referring to the Gorbachev period, he states that the party was so weak that it could not be used to lead the country. The political situation was very bad, worse than the economy, because they had waited too long to renew the system. Adding to this, the Soviet leaders had lost valuable years that could have been used to improve the system because of the power vacuum that existed between 1983 and 1984, during the brief mandates of Andropov and Chernenko. There was also a very thick cloud of censorship for many years in relation to debates, and things suddenly opened up, so that suddenly people have the possibility to talk about all the outrageous things that were happening. He believes that imperialism and especially the US took advantage of the crisis, but that the causes of collapse were mainly internal. Those who tell you that the causes of the collapse were external, are making a big mistake. There were external causes too, but those external causes were marginal. 179.8. José Luis believes that the collapse has many explanations but claimed that political errors are more decisive than economic errors. There was a long process of decomposition, from the mistakes of the Stalin era, and later the failed reforms of Khrushchev, the stagnation with Brezhnev, the impossibility of action during Andropov, the standstill under Chernenko, until Gorbachev entered practically. Then there was an attempt to fix this. He states that in the 1980s, society had become a completely great thing, and he suggested that popular mobilization might have been something that could have counteracted such a problem. Khrushchev had opted for popular mobilization in the 1950s, and according to José Luis, Gorbachev tried to revitalize this in the 1980s. However, he also had some unrealistic or naive ideas, his thesis of a common European home, for example, and this, in the era of Reagan and of Thatcher, had no chance, and that practically led to the USSR beginning to yield unilaterally in order to seek peaceful coexistence, and that was impossible. Gorbachev had an unfavorable political circle surrounding him, José Luis claims, mentioning as names Alexander Yakovlev and Eduard Shevardnadze as elements that hindered what he was trying to achieve. Gorbachev failed to create a government that marched in one direction. José Luis believes that Gorbachev wanted to do things in a very responsible way, and everything went wrong. Still, the problems had begun long before him. 9. Pedro argues that a combination of external subversion and internal weaknesses caused the collapse. He talks more about internal weaknesses and believes that Soviet socialism and the Soviet Party had moved away from the masses. The problems had accumulated for many years. 180 There were so many internal problems that, relative to what the leaders wanted, the system was destined to collapse. Gorbachev's decisions were not good, but the collapse was not only Gorbachev's fault. It was on its way before, long before. 10. Victor makes a long list of all the problems in the countries of the socialist camp and specifically in the USSR, at different times in history. He says that they murdered their intellectuality, that there was a lack of individual freedoms, there was cultural chauvinism, a restrictive cultural policy, centralization and grandiloquence, and often little attention was paid to people's everyday problems. It is contradictory that you reach the cosmos, but the women do not shave their legs. 181 He said, however, that Stalinism ended the USSR. He points out Khrushchev and Gorbachev as leaders who tried to change society after Stalin, but they did not succeed, Khrushchev by not targeting the essence of the problem and Gorbachev because they did not only throw the water out of the bathtub, they threw the bathtub with the child and everything. Even so, he believes that the USSR had too many wounds to be saved. He also said that the Soviet Union denied their own history during perestroika. 11. Aurelio also mentions a series of problems in the countries of the socialist camp. He believes that the debate about the collapse is very complicated and that not all its aspects have been discussed yet. He states that he previously considered it to be primarily an economic debate, but over time he has come to the conclusion that Stalinism was the problem, but not with Stalinism as in just the one person Stalin. He thinks that the worst thing with Stalin was that he perverted the possibility of popular participation, that is, the possibility of a socialist democracy. When the economy suffers a moment of crisis, the population is very divided, and there is also a disconnection between the elite and the population, due to the centralization of power. The merit of Gorbachev was that he tried to end this, but he failed. It is not known whether perestroika was good or bad because in 1989, the original perestroika was changed to a more pro-capitalist plan. 182 To sum up, 6 of my informants did not give any clear opinion regarding the causes of the fall of the USSR. With respect to the 11 people who do endeavor to give some explanation, in some cases it is difficult to highlight a single cause as the primary one because they mention many causes without ordering them hierarchically, without specifying the importance of each one. The wide variety of responses makes it more difficult to make generalizations beyond the mentioned pluralism of opinion. However, some trends are identifiable, they give more importance to internal factors than to external ones. In general, the interview subjects who give their opinions about the causes of the collapse agree that the main causes are internal and not external. However, a surprising number of people emphasize to a considerable extent the subversive role of the West as a relevant factor in understanding the collapse. Eliar, Pedro, and Hector are the ones who most emphasize external factors, but 2 of them explicitly say that internal factors are the root causes of the collapse. Hector also seems to agree with such an analysis. José too mentions the work done by the West to influence values and political ideas in the socialist camp, but he does not identify it as either the first or the second leading cause. On the other hand, there are those who spend little or no time talking about Western politics in relation to the collapse, and Esteban states that those external causes were marginal. These latter interpretations, which identify internal factors as determinants, might be said to be in tune with Marxism-Leninism and dialectical materialism, in the sense that external contradictions affect internal constraints, but these are given less relevance. Still, all interview subjects attach some importance to the efforts of the West to destroy the system. However, no one seems to view these as the main cause and absolutely not as the only cause. The success of these alleged strategies of imperialism depended on the strength of internal ideological work. Hence, several people refer to Echo Beto Che Guevara's position, according to which imperialism cannot be trusted, not even a tiny bit. It is important, thus, to recognize the power of imperialism, its intentions, and its ability to manipulate, divide, and so on. In some sense, the academic literature supports their claim in this regard. John Ishiyama highlights moderation by the former Communist Parties 183 as a key in transition processes, and argues that this is the opinion of many observers about the changes. In Cuba, there was a stronger attitude of confrontation. On the other hand, emphasizing the external threat could be convenient from a Cuban political point of view, because when emphasizing imperialism, one simultaneously justifies restrictive or authoritarian Cuban policies, that is, policies and practices that are very often justified by the presence of the United States. The informants emphasize accumulated problems more than particular mistakes. Victor's metaphor that the USSR had too many wounds, or Hector's the defenses were totally down, seems to reflect a way of thinking that is shared by many interview subjects. There was an accumulation of problems over a long period. Other interview subjects do mention specific decisions that contributed to weakening the USSR. Hector, for example, mentions that the invasion of Czechoslovakia left a deep mark in the framework of the socialist countries, and Esteban underscores the war in Afghanistan and the power vacuum in 1983–84. These events and circumstances contributed negatively, although they did not alone determine the collapse. References to political causes predominate, although they also mention economic causes. Although many referred to economic problems of the USSR or problems that could be seen as derived from the economic situation, political explanations predominated in the interviews. In the case of corruption, for example, or admiration toward the West, this is, according to the majority of the interview subjects, attributed to a lack of conscience, rather than to failures of the economic model. Alberto apparently had a different view, since he did mention aspects of the economic model as the primary cause of the collapse and cultural and ideological aspects as the secondary cause, but he discussed the two as closely related. They mention both objective and subjective causes. Many emphasize the mistakes of Stalin, Gorbachev, and other leaders. However, references to systemic problems and to certain practices are also frequent. It is important to keep in mind that there was a debate in the communist movement about the role of men in history. 184 The informants seem to agree that influential leaders can play an important role in certain historical circumstances, but they do not attribute the collapse of the USSR to one man, nor do they deny the importance of such. José Luis recognized that personality sometimes plays a terrible role in history. But all informants seem to agree with what Lenin said: one man does not cause such a system to fall, though he can accelerate it. With this type of comment, they distance themselves from a certain type of caricaturized Marxism that exclusively emphasizes material conditions as a social explanation. Notwithstanding, given the Cuban interview subject's own experience with a charismatic leader and the high level of personalization of power within the political systems they had been living under, it may be important to question if they may still be putting too much emphasis on the role of the leader, which may not be equally constructive when analyzing a country like the USSR, particularly not in the late 1980s when different actors were gaining influence over events. At this stage, then, multiple influential actors coexisted, and the circumstances of deterioration itself as well as the international situation limited the possibilities of action for the leaders. Within social psychology, the theory of fundamental attribution error, by Lee Ross, describes people's tendency to overestimate the importance of personal characteristics as a vehicle when explaining others' persons' actions, as opposed to the objective situation in which they find themselves, which could also influence their course of action. This objective situation, however, may be more decisive. There are some references to Stalin that suggest that the leader himself was responsible to a great degree for negative developments under his watch and later. But when talking about Gorbachev, the respondents often emphasize the political environment surrounding the leader and the socio-economic one. I would not say that the informants individualize to a very exaggerated degree 185, but they do attach some importance to individuals, mainly Stalin and Gorbachev. This reflects the fact that powerful individuals have the power to shape history at some moments, and there is, of course, no definitive answer to whether they exaggerate or not the factor in these cases. The informants sometimes suggest that Gorbachev lacked the ability to govern. Victor states that I don't believe it was his intention. Then he says, he uncorked the bottle, he threw away the child with everything, that is, he did not read Engels. Uncorking the bottle could suggest that he let the genie or the forces of capitalism out, while the phrase throw away the child could imply that the best of the system slipped away from him, that is, along with the mistakes, good things were also lost. He did not read Engels could indicate, in this context, that his main problem is that he was not a leader who possessed the necessary qualifications from a political ideological point of view. Esteban, on the other hand, thought that Gorbachev had advanced ideas, which, said by a party member, should imply that these were more specifically advanced revolutionary or communist ideas. According to José Luis, Gorbachev wanted to do things in a very responsible way, and everything went wrong. Not valuing the leader, he suggests that Gorbachev could not have destroyed the system on purpose as he was not capable enough. José Luis claimed that one thing was the image that was sold of Gorbachev on the outside, and another thing was what was really happening on the inside. Jorge did not directly state whether it was Gorbachev's intention or not to destroy the system, but seemed to consider his efforts to be well-intentioned, yet impossible to implement the way that he did. No, he could not have succeeded because he didn't prepare the party. He questioned Gorbachev's ability to govern. It doesn't seem to me like he had a solid theoretical background. Eliar says that I don't think he had wanted to create a distance in the relationship to Cuba. Such a statement could also indicate a perception that his foreign policy too got out of control. The informant believes that American and British intelligence worked in order to make Gorbachev act in a certain way, but he did not see him as a simple puppet for such actors, nor did he describe Gorbachev's actions as the main cause of the collapse. In summary, thus, the general opinion on Gorbachev among the interview subjects was not very favorable but not totally unfavorable either. The intellectuals, Aurelio and Esteban, highlighted what they perceive as his merits. Aurelio shared that I think that Gorbachev will always be worthy of the merit that he was the first who wanted to attack. Esteban believes that he was brave, he bravely confronted it, because they could have killed him too, because there were people there who did not want, under any circumstance, as there are here, still, there are people who do not want to change, right? 186 What happened in 1989 to 1991 was a new historical situation, a unique one. Hence, there were no existing interpretation schemes that could guide the observer. Neither Marxism, Leninism nor the writings of José Martí could describe such processes. Furthermore, there was no national debate on the issue in Cuba. Juan mentions that when the Communist Party tries to create a consensus on any issue, they usually do so by preparing a document that serves as a starting point for a collective debate. In this case, however, a debate about the collapse of the USSR did not take place at all. The policy has been not to build a consensus on the events of the collapse, to leave everyone with their own imagination. The party achieved their goal in this sense, as the interviews show. As Juan said during our interview, if you get to discuss why the socialist collapse took place, then you open a discussion about the domestic socialism, well, and why would it not happen to us, right? Look, if it is the same here there is also a party, a political bureau, a central committee, I don't know what, a model. I believe that in order not to generate an internal discussion, they did not care about building consensus. Our informants are observers who make their interpretations, based on the information they have, but are also political actors. However, they were more free in their assessments than Granma. It might have been convenient for them to highlight foreign pressure as a cause behind the collapse, like the newspaper had done. Many also did so, but no one portrayed this factor as the main one, probably because they understood that it was not. Granma often highlighted differences with the Soviet model to suggest the outcome would not be the same. Yet amongst the informants, some did point out similarities that existed or still exist. This might have been convenient for the reform-minded, as one could also say that Cuban socialism could have the same destiny as socialism in the USSR if one waited too long to take care of these problems. But in general, most seemed to have felt free, as they interpreted events, based on the information they had, based on their ideology, and not having a very detailed or elaborate political agenda. There are, of course, some points in common between Granma and what is said in the interviews. There was still a certain tendency to not discuss problems that might be inherent to the state socialist model itself, though there were also some informants who did. There was a certain tendency of highlighting problems that do not exist in Cuba, and there is a lot of Marxism in their interpretations, but also to some degree, Cuban nationalist viewpoints, and views that resembles the criticisms made by Che Guevara and Fidel Castro on the problems of Soviet socialism. This said, many of the interpretations of Soviet and Eastern European were not that different from those reflected in debates on the Marxist left in Europe and among certain academic debates. The main differences regarded more how they see Cuba and their own situation. Furthermore, although some topics were delicate ones for Cubans, more than 2 decades had passed, and all the informants were able to view and comment on these from a certain distance, emotionally and otherwise. 2.6 From Socialism to Capitalism, A Whole Sad History. Some interview subjects comment on the effects of the transition processes in Eastern Europe and particularly in the USSR, which they generally evaluate as very negative. In the interviews, Cuban party members also reflect on the counterfactual possibility of whether Soviet and East European socialism, especially Soviet socialism, could have been saved. There are different evaluations on the subject, although the opinion of the majority is that it would have been possible to save the system, at least up to some point in history. There are even those who expected it to recover in the 1990s or later. The interviews evolved mainly around the topic of the USSR, and when talking about this country, the informants usually distinguish between an initial phase of the crisis and the current situation in Russia, seen through more positive eyes. There is a consensus that the collapse was negative for the people of the USSR. The interview was less about Eastern Europe in this regard, although some of the informants acknowledged that there had been improvements in some specific fields. Generally, though, such mentions very few, as in Granma. Though they might recognize problems of the old model, there was little emphasis on what is often highlighted as advances with the arrival of capitalism, such as political pluralism or free enterprise. There are, on the other hand, several comments about internal social problems of the USSR and Eastern Europe, mainly poverty, although the issue of crime and political persecution of the Communist Party in Russia in the 1990s is also mentioned. Their strong emphasis on these problems may be both due to their political positions and the objectively cruel reality of the USSR in the early 1990s. However, it may also partly have to do with Cuban media coverage at the beginning of the special period. As detailed in Part 1 of this study, and as Jorge Dominguez has also observed, Cuban media started to publish a very large amount of news about all the new social problems of Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. According to José Luis, there is a whole sad history of gangsterism in those years from 91 to 97, 98 that is pure struggle for power by mafia groups on the one hand and by groups of bureaucrats on the other. He mentions a particular case, this same Mr. Berezovsky, who died recently in London, in exile. It is said that when he took control over the car factory, the Vaz, one of the largest car factories. It is said that after that, more than 60 people died. That is, assassinations of lawyers, union leaders, they were eliminated along the way. In addition to references to the murders that José Luis mentions, Hector states that there was also political repression. He argues that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was practically eliminated, was practically persecuted at a certain moment. On the other hand, the informants have a negative view of the United States as an international actor. Hence, it is not surprising that they see the emergence of a unipolar world in which the US predominates as something negative. They see the fall of the Soviet Union as very negative for all revolutionary forces in the world, not only because of the material support that they might have represented, but also for being a beacon for socialist ideas. In the words of Norma, the collapse of the socialist camp, I think it affected all revolutionaries. Why? Because we had an idea that the USSR was always going to be a support to us. Since we didn't have that, nor do we have it, nor do I think we will have it from the United States. They helped us a lot. When the socialist camp fell, we thought that we too had fallen. When asked, are there positive assessments of what happened after the collapse in the USSR, some informants recognized that not everything was negative, but only very timidly. There are few mentions of improvements, and they are less specific, but somehow, they accept that not everything was negative. For example, Mary says that everything has not been bad. I cannot say that the change has been. But then she changes the subject and states, but for example in Russia right now, there is talk of mafia groups that you could not even have imagined. There is talk of a high degree of alcoholism, very, very, very high, of drugs, those things. José Luis, however, says that still today there are people who think that more things were lost than gained after the collapse in 1991, and thus he indirectly acknowledges that there is also a significant percentage of the population of the former USSR who believe that they gained more than they lost. Juan mentions how Eastern Europe obtained more independence. For people in Poland, the socialist counter-revolution gave them independence. There is a more favorable view of Russia's current strong leader, Vladimir Putin, than of his predecessor, Boris Yeltsin. José Luis believes that after 1991 came a terrible period with Yeltsin and a, let's say, less bad period, with a. What is his name? Putin. It should be noted that his description of the current stage as less bad cannot be characterized, at all, as a compliment to the current situation. However, notably, some informants seem to perceive much continuity from the USSR in Putin's Russia. According to such a position, after a brief neoliberal, pro-Western, and weakened Russia, some or many things have been recovered from the USSR. However, with regard to Cuban relations with Russia, there were also some exceptions, some parts of the relations that were also maintained during Yeltsin's epoch, at least on a popular level. Mary explained that there are many who stayed in Cuba and chose Cuba to live, many technicians of these Russians that I am telling you about, they stayed, give me a room, whatever. 187 Hector seems to believe that Putin's foreign policy represents, in part, a return to an independent position, critical of the United States. Regardless of what happened in the Soviet Union, the Russians have realized that they have to balance the weight because, regardless of whether they proclaim that they are no longer communist, the empire is there and wants to eat them, and I think that in this sense the role Russia is playing is of the utmost importance. Esteban goes much further and states, I think the Soviet Union recovered under other conditions, it is recovering under what is now Russia. The fact is that it is recovering. Russia is better today than what the Soviet Union was 20 years ago, right? It is striking that a Cuban Communist Party member believes that the current capitalist Russia works better than the USSR, which supposedly was a socialist nation, even in its last years, when it went through a very serious crisis. He believes that the country was freed from the contradictions related to the many nationalities that were incorporated into the USSR and that it is improving in many areas. No, it does not have that contradiction. The economy is improving, the country is organizing, the party organization has more power, that is, the political organization has more power. The administrative system is gaining more power, that is to say that this is still not defined. It is not definable, from a political point of view, to say well there, capitalism has definitely triumphed, no. Because it is not a capitalism like that of the United States, it is not a capitalism like that of France, like that of England. Do you understand? Here, the parallel between the partisan organization of Putin and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is particularly striking, which could imply that Putin represents a kind of continuity or return to the project of the Soviet Union. Also striking is the comparison between the capitalisms of Russia and those of other countries, in which he seems to view Russian capitalism as better or closer to socialism. There are also references to how relations between Cuba and Russia have improved in recent years. For example, José Luis refers to the prolonged dispute between Cuba and Russia because the Russians tried to collect the debt Cuba had with the USSR under conditions that Cuba did not accept. Now, with Medvedev's visit this year to Cuba, this year in February, they agreed to forgive that debt to the Soviet Union, after 22 years of discussion. When asked, could the collapse have been avoided if other decisions had been taken, many of the interview subjects emphasized the adversities that the country faced. In addition, they pointed to how difficult it is to build a socialist country in general. None of them, however, said that USSR and Eastern European socialism were destined to fail from the beginning. According to many of the interview subjects, the problems had been accumulating for a long time. In that case, it probably would not have been enough to change one or two specific decisions in the political bureau. However, several mention mistakes that were bigger than others. Esteban, for example, mentions the invasion of Afghanistan as a big mistake. But more important for the interview subjects is the big picture and not specific decisions. Many, for example, see Stalinism as a deviation from the Bolshevik project. Hence, they may think that if things had taken another course in the 1920s, the country could have improved its long-term possibilities. On the other hand, there are those who criticize the economic decisions and also the lack of a deeper de-Stalinization in the years after Stalin's death, under both Khrushchev and Brezhnev. Such a critical view could indicate that some believe that if the USSR had made better decisions at that stage, under Khrushchev and Brezhnev, perhaps the socialist power would have survived more years or even until today. Some mistakes that are highlighted refer to long-term policies. Our interviewee Lenin, for example, mentions Soviet policies vis-a-vis Eastern Europe, while Aurelio believes that the economic development policies carry some problematic aspects. Another question would be whether it was possible to change these or if the leaders found themselves forced to employ them, for example in the case of Eastern Europe, in order to prevent that region from getting out of control, or in the case of economic policy, because it was really necessary to compete with the West. There are those who do not consider themselves in a position to answer whether the socialist bloc could have survived, like Alberto. Look, it is difficult for me, because I would have to be Czech, or I would have to be Slovak, or I would have to be German to evaluate that. But most interview subjects provide answers close to a yes or no. Pedro argues that undoubtedly, this was going to happen regardless of the will of the leaders. Victor says essentially the same thing, although he expresses himself with some reserve. I don't know, because I'm not there, nor am I a great philosopher or anything like that. But I think there were too many wounds on the body. Our informant Lenin suggests that the dissolution process could have slowed down if there had been another leader or if he had made other decisions, but there were more profound problems. This resonates with what Eliar says, although he appears to be talking mainly about Poland, which had been a subject of our conversation. The process that happened there, everything, who was behind it was the United States looking for ways of, and it was achieved. Of course, they just helped to precipitate something that was already coming. José Luis has a similar opinion. He states that the Soviet Union could not easily have been saved in the mid-1980s, but there could have been a different way out. I do not say that Gorbachev could have saved the Soviet Union, but at least let's say it did not have to end the way it did. There could have been an intermediate path, not a transition to neoliberalism, which was what happened afterwards with Yeltsin. Ilyer believes that it could have been saved, although he does not enter into specifics. He believes that it would still have been possible in the 1980s, it could have been saved. I do believe so, that's my opinion. Jorge replies that perhaps the process of change could have been more successful if he had prepared the party officials better before initiating such changes, referring to the German economist Jürgen Kaczynski. Jorge argues that the author says that Gorbachev and the Soviets unleashed the process of change without the cadres being prepared, and continues by drawing a parallel between the Gorbachev process and ongoing changes in Cuba. Not here. We have been preparing the cadres and the processes of change have taken place little by little. The Soviets unleashed the process of change that was forwarded without the cadres being prepared, and they could not take control. Esteban, on the other hand, believes that by 1985 it was too late to save the USSR, but he indicates that perhaps Gorbachev could have succeeded if he had emerged a few years earlier. Those advanced ideas would have needed more time, and it would have been necessary, let's say, that Gorbachev had emerged. If Gorbachev had emerged immediately after Brezhnev, I think there would have been a better chance of doing something. For the most part, the respondents see the collapse as something that could have been avoided. In this sense, they hold the same criteria as scholars like Stephen Cohen, who has characterized the common idea that the system was destined to fail as teleological. 188. This can also be an important aspect of understanding the informants' commitment to the Cuban Revolution after 1991. They do not see the collapse as something destroying socialism as a proposal for liberation. Rather, socialisms in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and Cuba were often seen as specific intentions to build socialism that could also be modified and improved. Did the informants hope, at some point, that Soviet and East European socialism could be resuscitated? A Cuban researcher with whom I had an informal conversation told me that to believe that the Soviet model and system was going to be recovered after the collapse, one had to be very naive. And surprisingly, upon receiving the similar question, could something like the Soviet Union emerge again? Victor replied, there is always that danger, that is my opinion, if we do not see it we are lost. However, it is striking that 3 informants did respond yes, all female, when asked whether they had hopes at some moment that the USSR would re-emerge. Zenaida states that yes, we thought it was going to recover, because in the meetings we had, it was always said, no, this will recover again. But hey, that did not happen. Norma responds that yes, why not? And it is not just me telling you, as you are asking me, but many party members, many Cubans, we were hoping that there would be an appeal. Mary states that she had such hope at the beginning, but after a while she lost faith. I, personally, maybe I am a dreamer, I indeed thought that could happen, that something could happen, until I thought that, until it came to a point in which I saw that no. In contrast to these opinions, Aurelio believes that after the failure of the coup d'état by the military, there was no hope for anything. According to José Luis, after 1991 it was impossible for the Communist Party to return to power, impossible, and nevertheless they were about to win the elections in 1996. There was a great fraud. Zenaida, on the other hand, still has hopes that something similar, a socialist camp, will arise again. We thought that something similar would emerge. I hope there will be something now. The position of the 3 informants that hoped that the USSR could recover might be seen as naive by some. However, it is important to remember that there were attempts to create a union of allied states in the area. The Communist Party also achieved strong results in elections and was close to winning at one point. It would have been impossible to rebuild the USSR as it was, but again, it would be deterministic to say that neoliberalism is the only possible way forward. It is possible that naivete or the saying hope is the last thing to be lost could partly explain the position of the three informants who assumed such a position, but it may also be an expression of their sincerity. For many of the informants, especially the intellectuals, it would not be convenient to reveal if they had ever believed that the USSR was going to recover. Still, it should be kept in mind that most Cubans had an idealized image of the USSR. If they had the impression that everything was going well and the causes of the collapse were not fully known, it would be logical for them to believe that it was only a matter of time before the entire population would insist on a return to the previous system. For some, such a hope may have been necessary for staying motivated during the difficult 1990s. 2.7 The special period, you cannot imagine, difficult on August 29, 1990, as a consequence of the crisis and the changes in Eastern Europe and the USSR, Fidel Castro declared in Cuba the special period in peacetime, a crisis that would become extraordinarily profound. The interview subjects spend time talking about how they lived through this crisis. But they also speak about the achievements that were preserved in spite of everything and how they participated in numerous activities aimed at preserving the system. It is significant that when asked about the collapse, many interview subjects talk much more about the crisis in Cuba than about the situation in the USSR and the countries of Eastern Europe, which demonstrates that to them, the collapse does not refer only to the internal situation of those countries but also to the ramifications this had in Cuba. Their emphasis on their own reality in Cuba is also a reminder that the most important thing for most people is not world events but rather what they perceive and experience in their daily lives. Everyone agrees that the crisis came very fast, and it was very profound. Stressing that she does not remember the exact year very well, Zenaida states that she believes that the crisis began in 1986 or 87. She seems to be referring to the economic slowdown at that stage. But it was not until the 1990s that the crisis became really severe for most Cubans. According to Lenin, from 1990 to almost 2000, those 10 years, we saw things as black. Jose states that from 92, 93, 94, 95 is when you start to really feel it here. In Jose Luis's opinion, those years 91, 92, 93 were really violent years. From Hector's perspective, they were very hard and very difficult times. According to Pedro, there really was a difficult situation, especially in relation to food for the people. Pedro stresses that the change came really fast, overnight. Zenaida states that it was an abrupt fall, so quick. Eliar's statement echoes that, bang. The fall of all that was a hard and strong blow. Lenin confesses that we saw it as bad, I tell you. Jose Luis warns that it is not a joke at all. Norma relays that I saw the special period as revolutionary, as a party member and as a Cuban. I considered it quite deteriorated. Jose Luis emphasizes that the Cuban government introduced anti-crisis measures 1 year and 5 months before the disappearance of the USSR and mentions an investment law that entered into force in 1982, as well as other measures that were taken in order to strengthen the economy during the decade of the 1980s. Juan mentions that Cuba had emergency reserves for 1 year, which meant that the decline in imports was not felt strongly by the population until 1991. We had already entered the 90s, and in the 90s we stopped receiving 40% of the exchange. But since Cuba had crisis reserves that would last for more than 1 year, it was not felt so much in 90, as it came to be felt in 91 and between 91 and 93, when, as you know, there is a free fall in the Cuban economy. Although there were certainly sectors that blamed the Cuban government for not having taken better advantage of the resources it had received for decades from the USSR in order to create a more self-sustainable economy. 189 It was not predictable that the USSR was going to disappear so quickly. And in the Cuban public debate there was much more emphasis on the common enemy, the US. Moreover, the US blockade against the country was extended precisely in the middle of the crisis, in 1992 and 1996, which in recent years has been condemned before the UN by almost all the countries of the world. On the other hand, Hector emphasizes that international solidarity helped them to survive. A huge campaign was created in solidarity with Cuba, which helped us resist the entire blockade and all those things. The power cuts and the shortage of basic products are among the difficulties that the interview subjects highlight the most. Hector mentions the lack of light, the so-called blackouts. There were complete neighborhoods that were turned off here every day. Zenaida speaks of the shortage of everything. There was nowhere to get things from. According to Jose Luis, the diet here was marginal. I lost 40 pounds during that year. An example cited by Cubans in general is that people used to eat grapefruit peel because there was no meat. Here are the words of Lenin: "We ate banana peel steak, grapefruit steak. I worked in Fontana, and I said, where did you find that meat, so that I can go and kill it as well, and they told me, dumbass, what you are eating is minced banana peel." Victor relates how difficult it was to get to work, on foot and with little food. For example, to come to work here, which was already, many people on foot, 10, 15, 20 kilometers. I came from San Miguel here on foot, and I left on foot. We ate nothing but soup, and they removed the elevators, and we worked on the 6th floor, and sometimes I did not have lunch because it was preferable not to have lunch. It wasn't only me doing it, no. A lot of people did it. Jose Luis states that I came here to the center by bicycle from my house, because there was no public transport. The problems are also mentioned by Eliar, who was a doctor. Transportation was very difficult. Bicycles were even distributed so that one could ride the bicycle to work. You cannot imagine, difficult. Although a minority had a car, they did not receive the necessary gasoline, since it was not sold freely but was rationed. And if it had been sold freely, they would most likely not have had money to buy it. Esteban states, because at the university, let's say you had your car, and they assigned you a quota of gasoline, and that quota of gasoline could be 120 liters per month, right? A moment came when they gave me 20 liters a month, nothing more, that is, they cut me completely off, and I was a center director. Victor says he made a trip to the USSR shortly before its disappearance, sent by Cuban state media, but they did not give him enough money for a decent stay. I was going as a leader of the club of sports journalists, and I was wearing torn shoes and I had no money. I had to sleep more than a day at the airport because I didn't have money for the hotel. Eliar worked in the most important hospital in Cuba, Hermanos Almagiras. The situation made access to supplies very difficult. With regard to supplies, a lot were coming from the Soviet Union, and that change was felt hard, because later we had to buy them in third countries, at 3 times the cost and with higher freight. He gave an example of the difficulties in getting supplies, saying that they ended up buying insulin for diabetes treatment from Switzerland. You can imagine what I am saying. Bayer did not sell us, the Merck did not sell us. We were sending a person to look for a little bit through Switzerland, over there. They tried to relieve the crisis by introducing alternative medicine into the official health system. Mavis tells how difficult it was to go back in time in agriculture, for example going back to using oxen as a means of traction. This was due to the lack of supplies. Going back was not easy because the young farmers no longer knew how to tame oxen to work with them. The crisis assumed very specific characteristics due to certain characteristics of the Cuban system and the state's policies. We can say that there was a state policy aimed at alleviating the worst impacts of the crisis. The state did close a significant number of the country's industries and radically reduced public transport, but despite the high budget deficit, it did not close schools or hospitals. There was an intention to maintain a safety net and initially to preserve economic equality. In this sense, Jose Luis argues that we all entered the special period under the same conditions, we all had the same deficiencies, and later when the double monetary circulation enters, remittances enter the country, that begins to produce a differentiation between those who have access to hard currency and those who don't. Jorge uses a concept created by Aurelio Alonso, poverty with protection, to describe the phenomenon of poverty in Cuba. Other testimonies indicate that some groups were more affected than others. Hector says that women suffered most strongly all of the misfortunes during the special period: the kitchen, the house, the clothes, the blackouts, this and that, come from work, the lack of transportation. It was terrible. While Jorge mentions youth as among the most vulnerable groups, the most negative impact of the special period was on youth, because they were left without a scheme of interpretation of reality. Mary, who was young at the time, says that she was not as affected as much as other Cubans due to her father's work. My father before 1989 worked with the American Embassy, and somehow when it comes to the economic part, that is, as his children, it never affected us so much, because Daddy helped. At a time when Cuba had lost its main allies in Eastern Europe but before the USSR was formally dissolved, the PCC convened its Fourth Congress, which took place between October 10 and 14, 1991, in Santiago de Cuba, Cuba's second biggest city and in the eastern part of the country, where the revolution had started. The months before the Congress became the occasion for an exercise of popular participation. At the beginning of the year, the party published a document, the Extensive Call to the Fourth Congress, as a starting point for a debate on the future of the country. Valdez Paz pointed out that during the first months, all the population debated the proposal at their workplaces, in the military, social premises, at universities, and so on. This debate had an open character, but there was little or no debate in the media. 190 in April, however, the authorities decided to stop the national debate, until it reopened in the summer of the same year. 191 Before reopening the debate, the party made it clear that there were three issues that were out of the debate. In the words of Marifeli Porras Stable, these consisted of the one-party system, the socialist economy, and, implicitly, the leadership of Fidel Castro. 192 José Luis says that the massive discussion that takes place between March and May 1990, the future of socialism, was well discussed. If we were going to capitalism, the type of reforms that could be made, the market economy, all that was discussed, and there were people who voted for that option, but the majority did not vote for that option. That is, they underwent a referendum. Practically many of the things that were adopted in the special period. One believes that the call opened a debate with an unusual democratic character. Remember that later the party is instructed that there are three issues that are out of the question, but stresses that everything else is an open agenda for the population to express. Esteban says he opposed the limitations imposed on the debate. I had a tremendous discussion about that in the Central Committee once. Because people began to argue that the debate was free and democratic is true, but that the market economy and multipartyism were removed from the list of topics that were to be discussed, is also true. 193. At the beginning of the Congress in October, 1 month after the failed coup in the USSR and with an increasingly strong crisis in Cuba, the party leaders had in their hands a series of proposals from the population. One asserted that there were a number of proposals that on the one hand the management is not willing to digest completely, and on the other the crisis does not allow digesting them. In part, the Congress decides to go in the opposite direction from what these proposals would suggest, although with a commitment of the future to introduce later the changes that the population requested. I give you an example. One of the latent demands in the population since then was the decentralization of the state, decentralize public powers, decentralize administration, decentralize management, etc. That was very strong already in the 90s, and yet the crisis is going to impose on the country to have to centralize even more, isn't it? So that the crisis will move in the opposite direction of public opinion and the party. What it says is that it takes note that remains there as a commitment of the future, and that is another story. However, there were some significant changes. Aurelio recalls that the Congress opened the possibilities of Catholics to enter the party. Well, opened a number of things and changed the character of the property and decided that Cuba was not a republic of proletarians but of the Cuban people and the party was the party of the Cuban people, etc. José Luis highlights the electoral reform, which gives the voter more power. Fidel was running for a municipality and the population had to vote for him if he was to be elected deputy. If he was not elected deputy he could not be president. 194 Mavis tells how her organization, the National Association of Small Farmers, proposed to reintroduce the possibility of agricultural markets based on supply and demand, which had been closed with the rectification of the 1980s. At the Congress, she says, the proposal to reopen the markets was rejected by Fidel Castro, but it was approved 2 years later. I was there. One of the points that were discussed was the opening of the peasant market, the peasant free market that he did not like, that he did not agree with at that time. 195 Despite the limitations, the debate was broader than the previous ones and involved popular participation. Geraldo Dilla argues that it was the best structured debate for the purpose of democratic exercise. 196 Comparing it with that of the Third Congress in 1986 and another national debate, the workers' parliaments. He points out that the results were assessed under secrecy, the results were maliciously screened by the then Center for Studies of the People's Opinion and were never published. 197 But he also acknowledges that the discussions had some impact on the policies that were followed. Some of the most advanced proposals appeared as weakened echoes in the constitutional reform and in the electoral law. 198 When I asked Alvarez if she agreed that it was the freest and most democratic election in the revolution's history, she replied that I would not exaggerate so much by saying freest and most democratic. I never liked those superlatives. Alberto also assumed a critical stance. In many places, the debate was mechanical. However, the debate shows that Cuba opted for another way to solve its problems than the USSR. The crisis in Eastern Europe and the chaos that prevailed in the USSR at that time may have been seen as somewhat distant, although the economic and ideological impact was already felt very considerably by early 1991. 199 Captcha considers that although the debates in Cuba in the 1960s and 1970s took place mainly in the political and academic elite, from the rectification in 1986 there were more inclusive debates 200 and they were better than the debates in Eastern Europe, as losers were not usually expelled from the party or totally marginalized. 201 It is likely that at least part of the population felt that being able to take part in these debates would be a reaffirmation that they were part of the revolutionary process. Our interviewee Zenaida, who helped collect proposals from the population before the party Congress, described this process. All the opinions we gave, all of them were collected, and we filled in papers, and these was sent to the superiors, upwards, because that goes upwards step by step, from the nucleus to the municipality, from the municipality to the province. She said that everyone gave their opinion and I wrote the reports. People enjoy that. It was suggested earlier that the collapse coincided with an ideological repatriotization in Cuba. 202 There was a return to the roots, to the narrative of the 100 years of struggle, the dominant theme in the first years of the revolution. Luis Perez Jr. has argued that the moral void and political lacuna that ensued with the collapse of socialism in much of Eastern Europe did not occur in Cuba. 203 This is a statement only partly supported by the testimonies gathered in this study. There was indeed a certain confusion and demoralization, as well as a considerable moral void and a political lacuna, even amongst party members that had a particularly strong commitment to the revolution. It is true that it is important that there was all the time an underlying nationalist narrative that offered a way of interpreting Cuban history. Yet even so, it was unavoidable that the mixture of the ideological impact of the collapse and the economic crisis that it generated also created a crisis at an ideological and psychological level. There are interviewees who talked about confusion, disorientation, and loss of values. Victor recalled something that Armando Hart said at a meeting: I don't care about the economic part, we will get out of those problems. Now, I'm worried about what type of men we will have when the special period is over. Jorge says that at the beginning of the crisis, I talked with my family and my children to tell them that there was going to be a very hard period, one of famine, and also very hard in terms of disorientation. 23 years after the start of the special period, Mary argued that the Cuban family has been affected by divisions, referring, it seems, fundamentally to migration, and that there has been a deterioration in values, and people's values have deteriorated, things that shouldn't be this way, but like the family also suffered many divisions, that affected the average citizen. Jorge says that there was a social pact that broke down with the crisis. 30 years telling me one thing and now it's something else, and then that creates the lack of commitment and demotivation. This is about the social pact. As an example, he mentions prostitution, which increased sharply, has a sister who becomes a whore to survive, and the sister that is a whore is the one who makes the family live, then the community no longer rejects the whore. At the beginning of the special period, many interviewees had experienced improvements in their lives in a few decades and attributed these to the revolution and the government of Fidel Castro. Although the euphoria of the early years of the revolution, or the idea that the world revolution was just around the corner, did not prevail in the late 1980s, there was probably no widespread perception of a serious crisis until about 1990. José Luis comments that Cuba had just won a great victory in Angola, and the Cuban Revolution in this sense seemed anything but dying. Cuba at that time was enjoying the triumph of a war that had lasted since '76, that is, what was the failure of socialism in Europe. It had nothing to do with what Cuba was achieving at the time. There are data indicating that even as people were starting to feel the effects of the special period, there was strong popular support for the government and most of its policies. Jorge Dominguez cites a survey conducted in the spring of 1990 before the economic crisis deepened of 600 Cubans nationwide. There, 3/4 of the respondents had a favorable view of the public health system and 4/5 of the school system. 204 Dominguez suggests that the survey is credible because it contains critical responses on other topics. For example, only 10% had a favorable assessment of public transport and 20% of food supply. Pura Stable affirms that in the 1992 to 1993 elections, when the country's economy was about to hit bottom, up to a third cast a protest vote. 205 Although different figures circulate and what constitutes a protest vote in Cuba could be a matter of debate. What the interviewees perceived as the achievements of the revolution could partly explain the continued support: the health system, the education system, citizen security, access to employment, electrification, these things. There are others that highlight more abstract achievements, such as conscience or solidarity. In this sense, Norma talks about the rights of work and retirement. You have a guaranteed job and tomorrow you can say I'm going to retire if you have the age and years of work. You ask for a checkbook that the state gives you. Take it and you can just sit at home if you feel like it. For Victor, in other countries, things are sometimes not as easy as in Cuba, where a student finishes his career and has a job. Jorge also emphasizes citizen security. Sit there on a large avenue, in this one, you will see hundreds and hundreds of children who walk 6 and 7 blocks, 300, 400 meters alone, without parents. You go to Mexico, to Colombia, to Peru, even in Venezuela and Brazil there are high levels of insecurity and children go with their parents, hand in hand. Not here. Here you see children going to school on their own. The health system is the achievement that is most mentioned. Eliar mentions that the infant mortality rate was 60 per thousand live births before 1959 and today is 4.6 per thousand live births, and Jorge says that in Cuba there is one doctor for every 137 inhabitants. During the interview with Mavis, we were reminded of the comprehensive and preventive character of the health system when an inspector knocked on the door, as he was looking for mosquito vectors in the area. Man at the door, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Man at the door, public health. Oh my heaven, now I don't know where you can find any of that. I'm alone here. Man at the door, how do you not know where? What do you? Man at the door, see the deposits of. But now I can't help you, honey. Man at the door, we need to see them because there is dengue in this block. The health system, in addition, is an example of a very national achievement. One of the interviewees, the doctor and former Vice Minister of Health, Hector, commented, "Our health system in general was modeled here, but we had a stage with Czechoslovakian advisory. In addition to the institutions, medicine is also different from that of the USSR, as Elia recalls, in medicine there have always been differences, because our medicine was always Western." Several of the interviewees said that the Cuban health system was better than that of the Soviet Union. By pointing out in this way what was achieved in health and education during the first decades of the revolution, they actually present another argument in favor of preserving Cuban socialism, regardless of what happened in the USSR, and one of the reasons why the Cuban militancy and the general population did not instinctively follow the steps of Eastern Europe and the USSR. Although some achievements were obtained in part with Soviet aid, these achievements still exist, to a greater or lesser degree, many years after the collapse. Internationalism was another topic highlighted by several interviewees. José Luis believes that the practice of sending medical personnel to other countries, on a large scale, is something typical of Cuba. We have doctors today in 134 countries, that is a policy of the revolution. His claim about Cuban internationalism is backed by the academic literature. In the late 1980s, Cuba had about 46,000 humanitarian aid workers in other countries, something unique in the world. According to John Kirk and Michael Erisman. 206 Cuba sent a civilian aid worker for every 625 of its inhabitants, while the US had one for every 34,700 inhabitants. 207 Cuba's percentage of humanitarian aid workers amongst the Comecon countries was totally disproportionate. 208 Although the programs have been controversial in parts of the population as it has cost the country much resources and drains resources from the national health system, it is difficult to dispute Norma when she says that it is true that we give a hand to anyone, and these programs must have some ideological effects, as they imply that many Cubans get to know other, poor countries, and, possibly, feel part of a major mission associated with the Cuban Revolution. When we asked if the collapse brought something positive, Lenin seemed like he did not know how to respond. "I don't understand, I don't know how." Apparently he found the question surprising. A minority of the informants, however, mentioned some positive consequences that the collapse also had. Victor argues that during the special period, Cuba was freed from a lot of dogmatism. "I saw the collapse as positive because I grew as a person, and I became more revolutionary because I was dogmatized in many things, and I began to better understand the Cuban Revolution since then." 2. Our surprise, he also said that the collapse is the best thing that could have happened, because that was largely a farce, because it was a lie that they had achieved such a level of building socialism. He used a familiar image again, and said that the collapse felt like when you have a family member and you think that person is magnificent and then you discover some serious mistakes. Several interviewees recognized that the collapse gave Cuba greater independence. The end of Cuban-Soviet relations represented the rupture with an authoritarian system of planetary scale, said Jorge. He considers that for the academic community in Cuba there was a positive impact, for a segment of us, amongst the thinkers, the sociologists, the researchers it was positive, since now we do not have to ask permission if this is against the Soviets, against the Spaniards, against the Americans. It represented independence of us, for us to think for ourselves and make our own mistakes. The collapse meant that the spiritual inertia that was here was overcome because we had to start thinking about surviving. Elia said something similar. "Do you know what was the first lesson the collapse taught us? That we could not depend on anyone, we had to learn to depend on ourselves to learn for ourselves." In Hector's words, the collapse helped us realize the value of things, the need for work, the need for non-dependence, that we had to start working on ourselves to foster our development on a very the character and spirit of sacrifice forged us more. Alberto said, "Those events helped me greatly to think about our own possibilities as a response we had to look for our essences, about what we are, and we had to strengthen, try to find mechanisms for coping or survival from the depths of our being Cuban. On the other hand, he also believes that it has meant a return to the national and Latin American ideology. Many of us did not master Marty and much less the Marxist, Leninist thought developed by people here in Latin America. As Pedro put it, we are freer than before and we don't depend on anyone. If we do, our dependence is now greater toward the countries of Latin America, but not toward the United States, Russia, China, or anyone else. Chapter 8. Insights from the Oral Testimonies. During the second half of 2013, I interviewed 17 people who were members of the Communist Party of Cuba at the time of the collapse of Soviet and East European socialism. The objective was to inquire about their perceptions and views of events and the role of the party and its members at the time of the collapse. One very visible tendency is that the interviewees constantly returned to Cuban history, to which their vision of the collapse was closely related. They emphasized the native roots of the Cuban Revolution, as well as the injustices suffered before 1959 by many Cubans and even several of those interviewed. They emphasized that the clandestine struggle led by Fidel Castro developed independently and that the country has had its own development. They also gave many concrete examples of how they and other Cubans participated in the process. They mentioned errors and negative experiences after 1959 and hardships during the special period that followed the collapse, but highlighted the achievements of the revolution and their reasons for defending it. Up to this point, the narratives were similar, although there were also informants who touched less upon these issues. More contradictory were their views and assessments of Soviet and Eastern European socialism and its disappearance. Although most of those interviewed had an idealized idea of Soviet and East European socialism, a good number of them never visited Eastern Europe and the USSR, nor did they know the languages. Some of those who made long stays in the 1980s, when the crisis was prominent, adopted a more critical vision, but these were clearly not the majority of Cubans or party militants. Except those with very close ties to the USSR or Eastern Europe, or those who had a special interest in those countries, the strong and genuine emphasis that many put on their most immediate experiences as Cubans reminds us that Eastern Europe and the USSR were in fact a very distant world, despite the identification that existed and the strong political, economic, and other links, especially on a state-to-state level. The informants remembered Soviet and East European socialism as an element that provided material well-being, development, and security to Cuba, in a context of constant threat from the U.S. Overall, the relationship between Cuba and the USSR was considered to be very positive. For decades, the USSR was mostly seen as a model society in Cuba, and all who commented on the issue recognized that Cuba was strongly inspired by that model. Some, still, mentioned certain tensions and negative aspects of the Soviet influence. In the interviews, made more than 2 decades after the collapse, there is a tendency to highlight the independent character of the Cuban model and Cuban foreign policy. Some informants point out that when policies were copied, it was made by sovereign decision, and if one made the error of copying uncritically, this was in the middle of a learning process and under pressure from the United States. Some, especially academics, highlighted the differences between Cuba and the Soviet and East European socialism. They point out that Cuba had its own development and that it has changed in recent decades. This narrative serves a very clear political purpose, and one could argue that in many senses, for instance, in regard to the political and economic system, that the similarities were more important than the differences, yet the differences mentioned are also documented and had some importance for how society worked. On the collapse itself, a consensus prevails that the Cuban media did not report well on it. The militancy as a whole did not receive much more information than the general population. Some militants had a bit more privileged access to information, due to their travels or their role as academics, journalists, political leaders, and so on. As I have suggested in the first chapter, there might have been a conscious policy to prepare certain people in confidence with a bit more frank analysis, and there was information that circulated orally but not in written sources. Those who do try to explain the causes of the collapse show a considerable plurality of criteria. However, we can highlight some trends. 1. Multifactorial explanations predominated. Although sometimes the informants highlight one or more causes, such as the main one or the main ones. 2. Many alluded to inherited and accumulated problems in the Soviet and East European societies. There was a process of deterioration over a long time. 3. They gave both objective and subjective explanations. Many criticize specific leaders, or several leaders, but especially Stalin and Gorbachev receive criticism. No one sees Gorbachev, the last leader of the USSR, as the only culprit of the collapse, and they generally avoid attributing to him an intention to end the USSR. 4. Almost all respondents mention the pressure from the West. But even if they did attribute a role to the West, the consensus amongst the informants still seemed to be that the collapse was fundamentally a product of internal issues. 5. There was a tendency to emphasize political causes more than economic ones. 6. The informants disagreed on whether a major crisis/a collapse in the USSR and Eastern Europe was foreseeable in the 1980s, and if it was, from what exact moment. 7. Just like Granma did during the years of the collapse, most of the interviewees tended to emphasize problems in the USSR and Eastern Europe and that have no parallel in Cuba. Unlike Granma, however, many of the informants talked in a more open, more explicit manner about similarities that could reflect negatively on the Cuban model, and a minority of the informants expressed very critical opinions on the model implemented in Cuba, which was inspired partly by the USSR and Eastern Europe and which is to some degree still in place. Still, their narratives mostly put an emphasis on the differences between Cuba and Soviet/Eastern European socialism and highlighted the Cuban Revolution as a process that must be defended. They expressed a strong conviction that the revolution is a process rooted in Cuban reality and that it never stopped being independent, despite economic dependency on the URSS during 3 decades, and despite that, during a phase, the USSR and some countries in Eastern Europe were seen as models in important aspects. The independent development of the Cuban Revolution and the presence of important differences as compared to the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe meant that the collapse, despite putting Cuba in an enormously difficult situation, was not felt and interpreted as something that necessarily invalidated socialism in Cuba or something that necessarily had to mean the end of the revolution, since there were, besides the many similarities, considerable differences between the countries and their situations. Many party members also must have had serious doubts and nonconformities in moments of severe crisis, and there are surely things that are not said in the interviews. Yet to most Cubans at the time, and certainly to most party members, the system was seen as something that had been favorable, and defending the revolution was seen as a necessity. The collapse might have affected their perception at the time of the Cuban system and the revolutionary project's perspectives, perhaps more than many are willing to admit, and there were a minority of individuals in the party that distanced themselves from their former ideas. Yet, to our informants, most of the reasons for which they had first adhered to the revolutionary project were not really disproved by the collapse, as these had more to do with their own situation as Cubans than with whatever had occurred in the USSR and Eastern Europe. Conclusion: viewing the collapse through PCC lenses. The collapse of Soviet and East European socialism, in addition to arguably being one of the most important events of the last century, caused a very deep crisis in Cuba, but not the regime change that many observers expected. This study has looked at how these events were reflected in the Granma newspaper, the official organ of the Communist Party of Cuba, between 1989 and 1992. Furthermore, it has recollected and analyzed the views and perspectives of 17 individuals on the same events, all of them members of the party at the time of the collapse. This was done through the use of semi-structured interviews undertaken in 2013. In the introduction, it was suggested that the perceptions, interpretations, and reactions to these events by Cuba's only political party and its members might help us better understand the survival of Cuba's socio-economic and political order. The reactions were largely characterized by a consistent defense of the system. The analysis has centered around the PCC, an organization that has often been treated superficially at the cost of Cuba's charismatic leader for almost 5 decades, Fidel Castro. Special attention has been given to how important events in the Soviet and East European socialist countries were seen and to the party members' reactions, as well as the political ideological repercussions of the collapse for Cuba and the party. Other studies have often emphasized the socio-economic crisis in Cuba that resulted from the loss of the country's main allies. This study is partly based on oral history, something that has been little encountered in the study of Cuban politics and society and which permitted access to information not commonly found in written sources. At the outset, the introduction of the Cuban Revolution as rooted in the academic literature was highlighting its national roots, and pointing out that beginning from the early 1960s, a close affinity and collaboration between Cuba and the USSR began to develop, though not without moments of considerable tension. The Cuban Revolution put a strong emphasis on participation, mobilization, and building a revolutionary consciousness. In the 1970s, Cuba entered into a tighter integration with the USSR as it adhered to the Comecon trade agreement and created a constitution and an institutional setup that were similar to those of the Soviet Union and Eastern European socialist states. The arrangement was based around a party with a double monopoly over politics and the economy, although with particularities such as the role of Fidel Castro as a charismatic leader, the electoral system, differences in ideology and political culture, and others. Soviet-style Marxist, Leninist ideology became very influential during that decade, yet never fully replaced the ideology of the revolution from its early years, inspired largely by national hero José Martí and earlier struggles for national independence, but also Cuban socialist ideology. From the mid-1980s, Cuba marked some distance from Soviet reforms, and a gradual repatriotization of ideology began. With regard to the Communist Party of Cuba, it was developed after the 1959 revolution, and though from the 1970s it had characteristics similar to the Soviet and East European ruling parties, there were also particularities. It had been created after the revolution. Unlike the Soviet Party, in its early days, it was very small and without real power, and thus developed a certain opposition culture. Its members had less privilege, and sometimes it could even be a disadvantage to be a member. Its monopoly role was legitimized not only by the Leninist theory of the vanguard party but with the continued presence of external pressure from the US against Cuba. There was a different mechanism for recruiting members that might have contributed somewhat to its strength, which was greater than similar parties in Eastern Europe in the late 1980s. As part of the background for the analysis, some constants and some changes in Cuban society after the years of the collapse were described, such as the major crisis it provoked, which has had a profound impact on society, the continuous presence of the one-party system with a centralized economy, a somewhat less omnipresent state and a certain opening in society, and global and technological changes that influence among other things the access to information. Furthermore, there was a discussion of the conditions for doing investigations in Cuba as a foreigner, on the conditions for doing oral history in Cuba, and some questions related to interviewing members of Cuba's only legal party. In the sources one can find was a mix of unity and diversity in the worldviews and in the views on the collapse. There are strong similarities in some respects, and in others, a revealing mismatch. One difference is the broader variety of viewpoints in the oral sources. Present both in Granma and the interviews is a national narrative that presents the Cuban Revolution as the culmination of a long struggle for national liberation and social justice and of socialism as the logical culmination of a long struggle for national liberation and social justice. When asking the informants about Soviet and Eastern European developments, they often responded by talking extensively about their own country's history, and it became clear that their lived experiences in their own country, as well as their understanding of national history, were fundamental to how they interpreted the collapse. Even if our sources from Granma all centered specifically on Soviet and Eastern European issues, it was difficult to ignore the newspaper's strong focus on Cuba's past, which often implicitly suggested that Cuba was different from other socialisms and would continue whatever happened in other places. The narrative refers to a Cuban tradition of heroism and resistance and a strong Cuban tradition of political thought and action. The 1959 revolution arose in response to Cuba's problems, and it was a product of the sacrifice of Cubans. Although this might resemble nationalist narratives of other peoples, it is inspired by some historic events that were indeed to some degree particular and that have influenced the country's development, and previous academic work suggests there was a particularly strong U.S. interference and that the Cuban independence movements really had a particularly progressive character compared to South American countries. In the interviews, several of the older informants gave testimony of how they or people they knew suffered injustices before 1959, in some cases, brutal forms of repression. By all the sources, the revolution was described as something that cost a lot of effort and that has to be protected, and, not surprisingly, its achievements were highlighted. Both Granma and the interviewees tended again, not surprisingly, to emphasize the achievements of the revolution and ills of capitalism. Still, unlike Granma, some informants were very outspoken about certain negative characteristics of revolutionary Cuba, such as economic woes or authoritarian features. In the newspapers of 1989 to 1992, there seemed to be little emphasis on the shared history of Cuba and Soviet and East European socialism, although I did not specifically search out materials addressing this topic. However, the informants, even when asked about the collapse, often returned to the early relations between Cuba and the USSR. They said that military assistance and material help were decisive for the young revolution's survival and often expressed strong gratitude toward the Soviets. Some also talked about and gave opinions on relations in the 1970s and 1980s. The informants often talked about tensions and differences that existed between Cuba and the Soviet Union, especially in the 1960s, and they were much more explicit than Granma in their assessments of the Soviet and East European systems. While the newspaper avoided giving much explicit opinion on most other countries and more so on allies or former allies, neither did it always automatically favor allies' official views. It was often suggested that reforms were not necessary, thus implying that the old Soviet-style system was better than the alternatives. The informants expressed everything from great admiration for Soviet and East European socialism to a very negative assessment of the system itself. There were also differences in how the Cuban system was perceived vis-a-vis the Soviet and East European ones. One informant went as far as to claim that by the 1980s, everything was a carbon copy. Most respondents ultimately put the focus on Cuba's particularities. Amongst the informants, there were some who seemed to find it difficult to say much about Soviet and East European socialism. They had had no personal link with those countries and genuinely seemed to remember little or find the topic complex and difficult to comment on. They often returned to Cuban history and society. Both Granma and the informants recognized that Cuba's relations with the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe were very close, and in some way or another all the sources underscored that Cuba was independent in political terms while recognizing economic dependence. The informants recognized that Cuba had benefited greatly from Soviet economic support. Some informants described Cuba's close relations with the USSR as not just a product of desire or ideological identification, rather, there were mentions of the U.S. blockade that left Cuba with few other options as it limited trade with the world. Some mentioned that Soviet and East European socialism were natural sources of inspiration as there were few other referents on how to build a socialist society, and there were mentions of the influence of pro-Soviet actors in Cuban politics. Emphasizing these elements could serve to release Fidel Castro, the party, and Cuba from responsibility from not having further prepared the country for surviving on its own, especially when it comes to the economy, and for having implemented to a great degree a model that eventually failed. Granma's coverage makes it possible to discern some tendencies in how the party leadership saw the crisis and collapse of Soviet and East European socialism, but the coverage was also shaped by a number of factors, often including how the newspaper's journalists or editors wanted the public to view events. Since Granma was the main source of information for people in Cuba, its coverage also gives us some elements to better understand how many party members interpreted events. Some observations are, although it varies much how and to which degree, Granma covered the events leading to the collapse of Eastern European and Soviet Union. There are many contradictory styles depending on who is reporting on Cuba's relation to a country, the circumstances within the country, the historical moment, and so on. Often, there is a certain level of pluralism, although East Germany is covered throughout 1989 basically repeating its authorities' official versions. By mostly opting for a more distanced and relatively inclusive style, Granma signals that events are distant from Cuba. There is a notable lack of context and explanation, which must have made news more difficult to follow, except commentary critical of capitalism and reform socialism by Fidel Castro and a few external authors. This way, the party signaled that it did not want to start a debate on what the news meant or implied. Yet in some way or another it did inform about the events. The newspaper tended to use certain techniques to minimize the impact of actors and events that were not consistent with the Cuban political and ideological order. Rather than omitting information, they made less visible any uncomfortable news by not using photos or by hiding the story at the bottom of the page or the end of the newspaper, by locating a news story beside another that was apparently unrelated but undermined the message of reformist or pro-capitalist forces, and there were also suggestive headings, images, and occasionally commentary. With these techniques and others, they highlighted some news and explanations and hid others, while most of the time shielding itself against potential accusations of censorship. Though ideas and proposals close to Cuba's positions were clearly favored, there was some information on more adverse ideas and proposals. Demands and actions even by openly pro-capitalist sectors in Eastern Europe and the USSR were reproduced but in a brief and distant manner, often in the form of short demands, proposals, and so on, without including much surrounding argumentation and often complemented by other news or commentary that suggested that they were wrong. With regard to proposals for reforming socialism that were not pro-capitalist, these were reported in a bit more depth, especially in 1989, and, in the case of Hungary, seemingly with a certain emphatic interest. After 1989, information on reformist ideas was also reflected in the news, but with a certain distance. At some moments, the coverage became more politicized than what was normal, because Cuba's primary interests were under some immediate threat. This was especially the case when the so-called hardline coup took place in the USSR in 1991. Cuba essentially accepted and perhaps endorsed the coup government as it reproduced its official statement on the front page, disguised behind a tradition of faithfully reproducing whatever came from the official TASS news agency and behind a posture of non-interference. In the same sense, Cuba became more isolated as there was also a transition from a relatively open journalism to a more politicized war journalism. The limited pluralism was reduced and the focus was increasingly on defending the country, with a strong sense of nationalism. This happened gradually, and the tendency was not completely uniform. There was a tendency to emphasize problems in Eastern Europe and the USSR that would not easily lead the reader to question the Cuban model. The news included many criticisms that were made in Eastern Europe and the USSR on the social order there, an order that had important points in common with the Cuban one. However, Granma was more inclined to give space to problems that had no equivalent or no obvious equivalent in the case of Cuba. There was never a comprehensive and detailed analysis of the collapse and its causes, even immediately after the formal dissolution of the USSR in December 1991. Considering the importance of events, this absence must have been part of a conscious strategy to avoid a national debate that could backfire on Cuban socialism. When the sources suggest in some way or another the causes of the crisis and collapse of East European socialism, these causes were mostly non-systemic. That is, these were not related to socialism as a system but to the reforms or sometimes to inherited problems, political errors, outside pressures, and so on. This is especially true in the written sources. Throughout the period of 1989 to 1992, there were many mentions in Granma of external pressures against the socialist countries from the capitalist world, but there seemed to be more in early 1992. Such external pressures included propaganda. It is suggested on different occasions that people were deceived, and there were some references to internal weaknesses. If these two elements are combined, these considerations could be related to Fidel Castro's metaphor of Soviet and East European socialism as a meringue that collapsed. In other words, a sweet that is hard on the outside but soft inside, an apparently strong system that lacks subjective beliefs and consciousness or genuine popular participation to hold it up. In the interviews, there was a larger diversity in explanations for the collapse. For example, there were those who did not give any explanation because they do not remember or do not know, which perhaps underlines that there are more important issues for them in Cuba, although it can also reflect the complexity of the matter. Some interviewees presented an explanation where there is a main cause, for example, unresolved conflicts between nations, or the bad quality of the formation of elites, but most mention two or more causes, and in some cases there is no clear hierarchy that suggests which causes are the most important. Thus, there is a list of problems regarding the processes studied rather than providing an explanation of what happened, according to the experience of the interviewees. However, some trends in the informants' responses can be distinguished. For example, everyone saw internal factors as decisive. They tended to place more emphasis on political causes than economic ones. References to the difficult history were quite recurrent, and several spoke of a long process of decay or deterioration. This was also sometimes suggested by the press and by Fidel Castro. As in the case of Granma, the majority of the interviewees had a certain tendency to emphasize causes that do not have equivalence in the Cuban case, but there were also voices mentioned such issues and that were even very critical of the Soviet and Eastern European models and their influence on Cuba. The press had suggested that the Soviet influence had been too strong and that this had been an error, but otherwise, there was really no critical analysis of the system in other countries or of the Cuban one. None of the informants held Gorbachev fully accountable for what happened, and some academics even spoke about him in a quite understanding way, but the judgment that he committed great mistakes and or was naive was common. A minority of the informants recognized that there were some important positive consequences of the collapse, despite its negative impact overall. This higher level of diversity of explanations and the certain will to be more explicit and to present more overarching or complete explanations may be explained in part by the moment when the interviews were done, since there had been time to process events, and criticizing the Soviet Union is less controversial. The greater variety furthermore reflects the lack of a national debate on the collapse, which had given members a certain freedom to make up their own interpretations, because there was no party line. But they could also suggest that Granma did not reflect the interpretations of the collapse shared by Cuban party members but prioritized immediate political interests. In general, it is worth taking into account that, the lack of a major conflict or discontent in party ranks in Cuba, as well as the party members' defense of the Cuban system, does not fundamentally have to do with a lack of available information. The information the party members and the general population had access to at the time often left quite a bit to be desired and was at times even presented in a confusing manner, but Cubans including party members were essentially able to access at least basic information about events regarding the crisis of state socialism in the USSR and Eastern Europe. In addition, many respondents had knowledge about the situation through other sources, such as the Soviet publications circulating in Cuba until 1990, visits to countries in the socialist community, and, of course, they had lived their lives within a system that in many ways resembled the Soviet one. Eastern Europe and the USSR were really felt to be a distant world. Though the political identification was strong, the distance had always been great in other terms, cultural, linguistic, geographical, and so on. Cuba was and is not located in Eastern Europe. There had also been a gradual process of political distancing between the USSR and Cuba since the mid-1980s. All of this must have diminished the impact of the collapse somewhat, particularly on an ideological and political level. Some of the concrete problems or situations that contributed to the collapse were simply not present in the Cuban case. Notably, while in Eastern Europe the hegemonic system was frequently seen as something imposed by the Soviets, in Cuba socialism was associated with national independence. The Cuban Revolution also had particularly traumatic periods, but it did not experience the Nazi occupation or Stalin's rule. Cuba was not a country divided in half, the rulers had not recently murdered opponents, there was no sultanic regime, Cuba was not an immense territory, and so on. The party members interviewed were genuinely convinced that Cuba was living an authentic and legitimate revolution. They might have given a bit different answers if I had interviewed them in 1991, when Soviet ideology and policies still had a strong presence, but the literature confirms that the revolution always had a Cuban foundation. There was a national tradition and thus something to fall back on. The informants stated that the revolution had brought them and their compatriots more improvements than setbacks. In this sense, they refer to the achievements in health, education, culture, sport, and public safety, in addition to recognition from international studies and organizations. They did express criticisms of the political process and the system, and some might have discontents, even strong ones, that they did not express. But at the start of the special period and even in 2013, they also had important and credible arguments in favor of the system, many related to their everyday lives. As the crisis began to deepen in Eastern Europe and the USSR, the Cuban revolutionary experience was in a better moment. Cuba had left behind the violence of the 1960s and the most severe restrictions of the 1970s, yet the revolution was relatively young, and it had not entered a process of decay. The 1980s were of relative well-being, despite growing economic tensions since the mid-decade. One interviewee highlighted that Cuba had just won the war in Angola. There was still a charismatic Fidel Castro, and there was a stronger and more respected party than those in the socialist camp, and its calls were followed by most Cubans. The interviewees, though they certainly tried to give a favorable picture of Cuba, gave examples that suggest they sincerely felt like participants of the Cuban Revolution. The respondents gave concrete examples of active participation in mobilizations, debates, internationalist missions, and so on, but also in one case on a clearly negative note, participating in violence against opponents of the government. Yet in all cases, this level of participation, good and bad, probably implied identification and stakes in the project. At the time of the collapse and then after, there was a lot of mobilization to defend the system and to strengthen production, so the party militants felt they were doing things to overcome the crisis. Because of the strong conflict with the USA, there was a high level of polarization. This might have made demands for national unity seem more justified. Furthermore, there was a much more visible and close external threat that made it easier for the Cuban authorities or people who supported the authorities to justify any economic problems, restrictions, authoritarian practices, or weaknesses of the institutions. Some of our informants had personal memories of situations in which the U.S. played a negative role. Most party members, according to their testimony, had more or less justified hopes that the Cuban Revolution could survive and perhaps even advance again over time. A minority of our interviewees actually acknowledged having thought that Eastern European and Soviet socialism was going to recover, while others thought that the recovery of the Cuban economy was going to be faster. Possibly, there were some people, perhaps particularly academics, religious people, and people who had been or became critical of the Euro-Soviet model who felt some relief, amid the difficulties, as they saw the possibility of a demarcation of negative aspects of a certain type of socialism. There was no clear or obvious alternative that seemed desirable to most Cubans and certainly not to people with the backgrounds of the informants. Based on the characteristics and situation of Cuba, its historical experiences and those of neighboring countries, the alternative was not necessarily a relatively prosperous liberal democracy, although a removal of the embargo or blockade would certainly have been favorable. It was not hard to imagine a scenario where Cuba would become a third-world capitalist state with a lower degree of national independence, with some superficial variant of liberal democracy or perhaps even a pro-market authoritarianism. The return of Cuban American elites was feared, as these could reclaim properties and political hegemony. Notably, there was little internal opposition in Cuba. On the basis of a critical reading of the sources, we can conclude that in the Communist Party of Cuba there was a particular way of viewing the collapse. The narratives have in common that they exalt differences from the Soviet and Eastern European socialist experiences and often share a supposed irrelevance or little relevance of those experiences. They tend to tone down the large similarities between the political and economic models, although some informants actually talk explicitly about these aspects. What the sources say can evidently be questioned from many angles. Yet, key points of their narratives coincide with the historical truth in the sense that they can be found in prestigious academic works on Cuban history and society, often even in those that have a more critical view of Cuban politics. Furthermore, events since the early 1990s suggest that despite Cuba's similarities with Eastern European and Soviet socialism, there were also sufficient differences for Cuba's experiment to have another outcome even as the country lost almost all of its foreign trade and as socialist ideology was widely discredited. The collapse was seen with a great deal of trepidation by those belonging to the Communist Party of Cuba, but it did not paralyze the organization nor were there significant splits or a large mass of people abandoning the organization at the time. A critical reading of the data suggests that the collapse did not fundamentally affect most of the reasons and motivations that had made informants join the party in the first place. Members saw the Cuban political process and model of society as sufficiently solid, independent, and different as to at least warrant a belief in the possibility that it could survive and that further effort might not be in vain. Afterward. Before closing this study, we should explain that as we did our work, we discovered collaterally that several informants spoke with a certain preoccupation with regard to the state of the party. They considered it weaker than in the 1990s, and at least one person talked about a real possibility of the system collapsing. One informant, who presented himself as a supervisor to the government, suggested that multipartyism could be an option for Cuba if left-wing movements consolidated their influence in countries such as Venezuela and Ecuador, and gained power in Mexico, Colombia, and Chile. He suggested this would improve Cuba's security situation and thus make it less dependent on being united in a single party against foreign interference, a viewpoint that surprised the author of the study. The study also suggests, as has been seen, a certain pluralism of opinion within the PCC, at least in 2013, and not only on the issue of the collapse. This observation runs counter in some sense to a very common impression that the organization was and is more or less monolithic. The topic of this study could be examined from other angles and with other sources. For instance, there are media in Cuba whose coverage of the collapse should be studied closer, including radio and television, if possible. Not all countries of Eastern Europe were included in this study, and the coverage of the transitions before and after the 1989 to 1992 period might be worthy of more study. As Antoni Captcha has commented, there is also a need for further studies on the Communist Party of Cuba. For instance, we have not encountered recent studies that investigate deeply its internal life, which could be examined by sociologists, anthropologists, and other investigators. Appendix 1. Information for the interviewees. The following document was given to all potential informants. I am a PhD student from the Institute of Foreign Languages of the University of Bergen. By means of my thesis, I want to better understand how the members of the Communist Party of Cuba saw and interpreted the collapse of the USSR. I am interested in the subject because I think that the way of perceiving, interpreting, and responding to these facts by the PCC and its members can help explain why the political system in Cuba did not change at a stage as critical as the 1990s. As part of my research, I would like to interview 12 to 15 people who were members of the PCC during the period 1989 to 1991 or who were members of the Young Communist League and who are now in the party. The questions of the interviews could be, for example, about the view one had of the USSR before and after its disappearance, about the relations between Cuba and the USSR, about the situation in Cuba around 1990, about the role of the PCC in the political processes in Cuba before and just after the disappearance of the socialist bloc, and so on. I will use a recorder during the exchange/conversation. The interview will last approximately 1 hour. We will agree on the time and place. Participation is voluntary and you of course have the possibility to withdraw from the project at any time, without needing to explain your reasons. If you withdraw from the project, all the information you provide about yourself will be deleted. Your name and profession will appear in the doctoral thesis. Until its publication, however, the recordings will be handled confidentially and these will be deleted when the project ends in late 2016. The thesis will be published on paper and electronically, and the interview transcripts will be part of the thesis and will therefore be accessible to other researchers. If something remains unclear at this point, you can call me at the or send an email to. You can also contact my tutor/project tutor, Maria Alvarez Soler at the Institute of Foreign Languages of the University of Bergen or the co-author of the project Jose at the number. The research has been registered with the Norwegian Institution of Protection of Data in the Social Sciences, the data protection official for research of the Norwegian Social Science Data Services, as required by my university. If you have any uncertainty about this research, or want to receive the thesis when it is published, please contact me via email or by traditional mail. Sincerely, Even Sandvik Underlid. Appendix. Interview Guide. 1. General information about the interview. See separate information sheet. 2. Personal information. A. Place of birth. B. Municipality of residence. C. What was your main activity between 1989 and 1991? D. What is your current status? __work at ________________________ retired. E. Briefly, can you say a few words about your political career or revolutionary integration, that is, political organizations to which you belong or have belonged? F. Were you a member of the PCC or the UJAK between 1989 and 1991? G. Are you still a member of the PCC? 3. The collapse of the USSR. Did you have any relationship with the USSR? Did you study or work there, visit the country? B. How did you perceive or feel about the collapse of the USSR? C. What, in your opinion, are the causes of that collapse? D. When did that process begin? When did the Soviet project begin to go astray? E. What was most important, the human factor or structural conditions? F. Internal or external factors? G. If the subjective factor was important, who, or what groups, are primarily responsible for what happened? H. In case Gorbachev had a part of the responsibility, do you think he wanted to take the country toward the dissolution of its political system? I. Gorbachev announced a new foreign policy. He had meetings with a series of leaders of the Western world, advocated for disarmament, and so on. Do you have any criteria or analysis of those policies? J. There are certain events that occurred in the countries of the socialist bloc in Eastern Europe that also influenced the situation of the USSR. In books of history in my own country, Norway, the emergence of an opposition in Poland and the fall of the Berlin Wall are often emphasized. Do you have any criteria for or analysis of these events and their significance for what happened in the USSR? K. Could the USSR still have done something to maintain unity in the socialist world? L. The State Committee on the State of Emergency took power in the USSR on August 18, 1991, in a coup that lasted only 3 days. Do you have any opinion or analysis of these events? M. How did you see the fall of the USSR, was it something positive or something negative? How do you see it now? 4. Relations between Cuba and the USSR. What did the USSR mean to Cuba? B. Do you have any idea what Cuba meant to the USSR? C. Do you think you received the necessary information to keep track of, and understand, the fall of the USSR? D. Did the PCC members have access to more information about the situation in the USSR than non-members? E. In 1987, some Soviet publications began publishing critical articles about Cuba. What is your opinion about that? F. Gorbachev visited Cuba in April 1989. How do you remember that visit? G. In April of 1990, the Pravda newspaper predicted that commerce between Cuba and the USSR was going to grow by 8%. In December of the same year, a bilateral trade agreement was signed, different from previous agreements in the sense that its duration was only 1 year. It was planned to use market prices in trade between the two countries. At this point, could the relationship still have been maintained? At what time did you see that the relations had gone through a line of no return? H. After 1991, did you maintain any hope that the Communist Party would regain power in Russia, or that relations with Cuba could resurface or recover? 5. The situation in Cuba. The process of rectification has been seen as a Cuban response to perestroika. Do you agree with this? In your opinion, what was the objective of the process? B. The Third Congress in 1986 decided to establish the Popular Councils, which were supposed to contribute to greater democratization and participation. In 1990, this type of People's Councils was established throughout Havana. Do you have any opinion about their function? C. In 1987, Cuba opened the doors to foreign investments in certain specific sectors and in a controlled manner. Was there much resistance to this measure? D. If you remember, what did you think or feel when Fidel Castro first spoke of the special period in time of peace? Did you understand how serious the situation was going to be? E. The crisis affected the entire Cuban population. When did you begin to feel the effects of the special period? F. Fidel Castro also spoke of the possibility of the Opción Zero, a scenario under which there was barely enough food and a more or less total collapse of the economy. Did you see that scenario as a real possibility? G. During the crisis in the socialist bloc and right after the fall of the USSR, the press in the Western world made constant references to a growing opposition in Cuba. Do you agree with that statement? Did you see it, in that case, as a danger to the revolution, to the system? H. There was change of attitude toward religious people with the Fourth Congress of the PCC. Did this have any relation to what happened in the USSR? I. In a situation as demanding for socialism as the one of 1989 to 1991, were there many members of the PCC who doubted the thesis of the irreversibility of Cuban socialism? 6. The role of the Party. A. Do you know of any differences between the role of the Communist Party and how it works, in the USSR and in Cuba, respectively? B. Is there anything that you remember especially about how the PCC managed the crises in Cuba, around the time of the fall of the USSR? C. 2 of the main roles of the party are, to orient and to mobilize the masses. How was this done and to what extent were the actions of the party decisive? D. Did you participate in any activity specifically related to that situation? E. To what extent was there room for a debate about the future of socialism in the PCC? In your local branch, for example, do you remember that there were discrepancies? F. The Llamamiento for the Fourth Congress became the starting point of a public debate, in 1990. One researcher has described this as the most free and democratic debate in the history of Cuba. Did you participate? Do you agree with this description? Why/why not? G. Please, give me an assessment of the role of the party at that juncture. H. There was a constitutional reform and a new electoral law in 1992. Was it ever considered to change the role of the party as a vanguard party, or the superior force of society and the state as it is known in the Constitution. I. Were there proposals to introduce some kind of multipartyism? If not, why were they rejected? J. Were there people that left the party at that critical moment? K. Why do you think they left the party? 7. In retrospect, A. Do you see the fall of the USSR in the same way as in 1991? B. Did what happened in the USSR change your vision about Marxism as an idea, or of socialism as a viable system? C. Could the leaders of the USSR have done something differently? D. What are the positive and negative legacies of the USSR in Cuba? E. Could something similar to the USSR arise again? F. Cuba is currently in the midst of a process of change. Can the country learn something from Gorbachev's reforms? Appendix 3. Core sources. 1. Official documents. 2. Newspapers and magazines. Granma, El Militante Comunista, Juventud Rebelde, Cuba Socialista. 3. Interviews. Sex male. Name Victor. Place of birth Centro Habana. Militance in the PCC. He does not specify when he entered but was a member until 1974, then he was excluded. He joined again in 1991 and still remains a member. Relationship with the USSR. He traveled 3 or 4 times to the Soviet Union, also visited other socialist countries and a former socialist country. Interviewed by the author, Havana, August 21, 2013. Sex male. Name Aurelio. Main activity 1989 to 1991 researcher. Militance in the PCC member since 1969. Still a member. Relationship with the USSR. He traveled to the Soviet Union in 1977, 1979, and 1981. The longest stay was 15 days. He had short stays in some capitals of Eastern Europe. Interviewed by the author, Havana, August 22, 2013 and September 10, 2013. Sex male. Name Pedro. Main activity 1989 to 1991 diplomat, business manager. Militance in the PCC member since 1968/1970. He is still a member. Relationship with the USSR. He visited the Soviet Union as head of scholarships for the socialist countries of the Ministry of Education many times. Interviewed by the author, Havana, August 23, 2013. Sex male. Name Hector. Main activity 1989 to 1991 deputy minister. Militance in the PCC. Relationship with the USSR. He earned a graduate degree there between 1967 and 1968. His daughter visited in 1983 and informed him about the situation. Interviewed by the author, Havana, August 28, 2013. Sex male. Name Adalberto. Main activity 1989 to 1991 civil aviation pilot. Militance in the PCC since 1968. Relationship with the USSR. He was in Kiev in 1962, received courses in the Soviet Union in 1963, 1973, and 1977. He also had a stay shortly before its dissolution. Interviewed by the author, Havana, August 28, 2013. Sex female. Name Mavis. Main activity 1989 to 1991 official in the National Association of Small Farmers. Militance in the PCC member of the PCC since forever. Stopped being a member when she retired. Relationship with the USSR. Went several times to the Soviet Union for work reasons. Her son married a Russian woman. She was also in the GDR, Bulgaria, and Czechoslovakia. Interviewed by the author, Havana, August 29, 2013. Sex male. Name Eliar. Main activity 1989 to 1991 medical physician. Militance in the PCC. We do not know what year he entered, but he was a member between 1989 and 1991. Relationship with the USSR: he was in Russia and East Germany in the 80s, also went to Bulgaria. Sex: male. Name: Jorge. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 State Advisor. Militants in the PCC: he was a member between 1989 and 1991 and is still a member. Relationship with the USSR: he spent 4 years in East Germany between 1973 and 1977, then visited again before and after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Interviewed by the author, Havana, September 12, 2013. Sex: male. Name: Jose Luis. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 Deputy Director of Research Center, Minister. Militants in the PCC: he was a member between 1989 and 1991 and remains a member. Relationship with the USSR: he did his PhD in the Soviet Union in 1978 and then traveled frequently to the country between 1983 and 1991. Interviewed by the author, Havana, September 24, 2013. Sex: male. Name: Juan. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 Researcher. Militants in the PCC: I have been a militant for 47 years. Relationship with the USSR. Interviewed by the author, Havana, September 25, 2013. Sex: male. Name: Jose. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 Director of Communications Workshop. Militants in the PCC since 1962. Relationship with the USSR: he was once in Lithuania and Russia, in 85 to 86, more or less. Interviewed by the author, Havana, October 14, 2013. Sex: male. Name: Esteban. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 Research Center Director. Militants in the PCC: he was a militant between 1989 and 1991. The militancy was taken away in 2010 for writing about corruption, then returned in 2011 after he had made a complaint to Raúl Castro. Relationship with the USSR: he visited several times. He finished his doctorate there between 1985 and 1986. Interviewed by the author, Havana, October 19, 2013. Sex: male. Name: Lenin. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 Agricultural worker, hydroponic service. Militants in the PCC since 1969. Relationship with the USSR: never visited. Interviewed by the author, Havana, October 18, 2013. Sex: female. Name: Zenaida. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 worker. Militants in the PCC since 1982. Relationship with the USSR: in 1982, her husband won a trip to the Soviet Union. The couple spent 27 days in Leningrad, Kiev, and Moscow. Interviewed by the author, Havana, October 18, 2013. Sex: male. Name: Alberto. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 Music Director at the National Television, then Music Director at the Casa de las Americas Institution. Also a musician. Militants in the PCC entered in 1981. Relationship with the USSR: he was in the Soviet Union in 1962, in Uzbekistan. In 1976, he was in the GDR and Czechoslovakia. Interviewed by the author, Havana, October 21, 2013. Sex: female. Name: Norma. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 Hospital seamstress. Militants in the PCC since the early 1980s. Relationship with the USSR: never visited. Interviewed by the author, Havana, October 25, 2013. Sex: female. Name: Mary. Main activity: 1989 to 1991 worked at a radio station. Militants in the PCC: she was a militant between 1989 and 1991. She was given a special process to enter the party when she was 27 years old. Relationship with the USSR was never there, but her father worked with the Russian embassy in 1989 and told her about the Soviet Union. Interviewed by the author, Havana, December 11, 2013. Appendix 4. Example table for data visualization. Topic: Predictability of the collapse. Workers. Respondent: it was a surprise, I never suspected it, never, 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 never. Surprise. Respondent: I never thought that the socialist camp was going to fall, ever. Especially when we had Tamayo who went with Yuri to space, we didn't expect it. Surprise. Professionals. Respondent: then Fidel, when he talks about the collapse first of all in the world, I say Concho, but he doesn't take me by surprise, since Fidel prepared me. It was no surprise. Respondent: that had an extraordinary impact on Cuba, it had a great impact on Cuba, I would tell you that politically too, because obviously many people loved the Soviet Union, had another image of the Soviet Union already before the Gorbachev process, we were informed here, and people knew that in the Soviet Union there was a disaster. People knew that, and that also things were happening there that were going to lead to a catastrophe. Yes, people knew it. It was no surprise. Workers. Respondent: A. Fidel had already warned us about this. Fidel in Camagüey, on July 26, I think it was July 26 in Camagüey. Fidel had a light that was very much directed toward there, and when he warned us about that, everyone did like this, and began to see, damn, that's strange. But with confidence. Q. And that speech in '89 was the first time you thought about the possibility of that? A. No, I already saw it coming, because the boys had already warned me. It was no surprise. Respondent: I will not say that we believed that the collapse of the Soviet Union could happen, etc., but we saw that the system had generated many bad things. Aware that there were many problems, but did not foresee a collapse. Culture. Respondent: we thought that this was going to be eternal, that the Soviet Union was never going to fall in the year '89, my father is with the Russians, with the Russian embassy, and when this happens, he is the first to tell us, Gorbachev has screwed up and the state is going to fall. Surprise, although the person received a warning in 1989. Workers. Academics. Respondent: in the year '84 to '85, I think that '85, I heard him give a pessimistic vision of economic growth and development that existed in the Soviet socialist system. Nobody in Cuba thought that the Soviet model was going to collapse. Surprise, although the respondent had received a warning on the economy. Respondent: yes, it was a big shock, that was tremendous. Let no one say that in those days, and I will argue with anyone on this, with the greatest scientist we have, that in those days we had the very clear vision. This does not suit us, it is a lie, we do not think about it. Well, perhaps some, a visionary with a lot of life experience. Surprise. No one knew, except perhaps some visionary. Respondent: at that meeting in '86 he said, he told us, the European socialist camp has no future. He said that 4 years before. I think that if Fidel in '86 told us that the socialist camp had no future and that there were issues to prepare for, he must have said the same thing to the party and to the Central Committee, have told them the same thing as to us. Knew it since 1986. Respondent: it did not take me by surprise, because the problems I saw there, and the difficulties I saw there, were problems and difficulties that could put an end to socialism. It did not take the respondent by surprise. Workers. Respondent: I believe that the leadership, at its highest level, had since '84 to '85 without a doubt accompanying perestroika the sensation that Soviet and socialist camp politics moved in such a way that it would impose on us very complicated scenario and in no way as favorable as we have had. The Cuban leadership maintained the confidence that the USSR would go through a much longer process and that nothing similar to the dissolution of the USSR as a state would happen. Their imagination did not go that far. One thought that the reform process could lead to a USSR with fewer revolutionary commitments, to modify its commitments with others, such as with us, to a policy of détente with the United States, blah, 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 but final termination it was not. It was totally anticipated, but the Cuban leadership did not prepare the population for that. It was handled with discretion. Even in '85 there was a party congress and it was not talked about. In 1984 to '85 the management expected a more difficult scenario, but not a total collapse. Respondent already from 1987 on, when the party conference took place in January 1987, where the party's leading role within Soviet society is practically withdrawn, in my opinion, already then, that initiated a path without return. There wasn't, that is, I didn't see then that there was a chance that it would remain a rational thing that could function. Indicates foreseeing since 1987 that the Soviet Union was not going to maintain itself as a rational thing.